live. We are live for this best of Elimination Chamber. And I was literally just eating a Snickers. I was eating a Snickers bar, and because I haven't had anything to eat yet. So I was like, oh, I better have something to eat before we start this stream. And then I didn't realize that it was as late as what it was, so I do apologize. But shout out to everyone that is joining us and everyone that is in the chat. I hope everyone is well. This is a very special stream. This is a very special watch along. This is the best of Elimination Chamber. Now, the reason why we're doing this is because I wanted to watch an Elimination Chamber, but I didn't know which one to watch. And then I saw this best of. Now, it runs for over 4 hours. So I have actually sacrificed the members-only stream this week. I will try and do another extra one next week. So you will still get that. But yeah, we are going longer than we usually go. This is 4 hours 27. 4 hours 27. So, right, with this, we are going to have to get to it. So, there is like a 7-second advert that you have to get past that advertises Elimination Chamber this weekend. You need to get past that, and then you'll be at 0 seconds. So, right now, I am at 0 seconds. I've got past the little advert. So, it might be best to just do that, and then you will be good to go. I've got it on pause. So I'm ready just to press play. And then, as we said, we are good to go. Mini King says 4 hours. I know. I don't like doing streams over 3. But it's hard with Elimination Chamber. I suppose Elimination Chamber is kind of like a Royal Rumble, but not as good. So with the Royal Rumble, you've obviously got the surprises, the countdowns. I kind of feel like that's cool. But with Elimination Chamber, you get, obviously, like 1 or 2 chambers a year, and then the rest is just the normal undercard. So I saw this, and it's like chamber match, chamber match, chamber match, chamber match, chamber match, chamber match, and it's like, oh, that does look good. That does look tasty, actually. It's got KofiMania in it, so we get to relive the birth or the kind of... I don't know if it was the birth. The gauntlet match was really the birth, wasn't it? But this was certainly a significant moment in KofiMania as we're on the road to that. So we get to witness that. We get to witness the first ever women's Elimination Chamber match. There's also a women's tag Elimination Chamber match. There's a couple of tag matches with the New Day in. And the Usos and whatever. There's even one that I'm really looking forward to from 2011 that's got like Wade Barrett and Rey Mysterio and Edge and like all these kind of classic guys, legends. So looking forward to that. That's a world title. I think the championship's actually being defended in that as well, and that's from 2011. But most of them are from like 2018, 2019. I think there's one from last year. I think it's the one where Otis gets put through and goes through the chamber itself. So yeah, it's gonna be good, man. I'm looking forward to it. This is one that I think is a little bit different, a little bit longer than usual, and we can kind of sit back, relax, relive some of those magic moments. And we can also just chat, chill. It's a nice chill stream. I do like that when we do these on a Thursday. Sometimes we don't do a Thursday one, but because Elimination Chamber is this Sunday, I did want to do some sort of old school watch along. And if I'm going to do one old school watch along, this would be the one to do, wouldn't it? So, right, friends, I hope we are all ready to rumble. We better get started because this is 4 hours 27. As I said, I've got past the little advert. Once we're started, you can always catch up if you're just coming through or just joining us. This is the best of Elimination Chamber matches. It was uploaded on February 16th, so just a couple of days ago that it was compiled. 4 hours 27. And we will start in 3, 2, 1, go. Right. We are up and running with the best of Elimination Chamber. So, I don't actually know what the first one is, but there we go. There's a glimpse of KofiMania. We got Matt. Is that his name? I never knew that was his name. Matt Camp. Oh, where did you go this summer? Oh, I went to Matt Camp. I'm set up. Amazing. I will jump into the chat. I'm not ignoring you guys, but right, KofiMania is what we're starting with. I just want to get the ball rolling because, of course, we're going to be here for a little while. Right, look at that, a crowd. Unbelievable. That's the most shocking thing I've ever seen. Fans in attendance. So, I wonder if this was the first year of the new chamber. I can see it's the new style chamber. It's the square chamber, the one behind me. Obviously, the older chamber is like a circle. This is the new chamber, so I'm guessing this was probably the first year of it. It was either 2019 or 2018. Sonny, shout out to you. J&L Boys says, did you see United? I was asleep. My sleeping pattern's a bit messed up, even more than usual, and I don't really know why. But I tend to go to bed about lunchtime in the UK. So I'll go to bed about 1, and then I'll get up about 9 at the latest. So yeah, about 1, half 1, and then get up at 9. So yeah, I completely missed the football. I have seen the score though, and I saw that Diallo managed to get on as well, which is cool. We're just seeing the gauntlet match, I believe, from Smackdown Live this past Tuesday. There's a lot there to unpack, isn't there? Smackdown on a Tuesday. Smackdown Live. What is this? So, there we go. A glimpse of Kofi in that gauntlet match. And here he is inside the Elimination Chamber. So, Kofi has made his way down. He's gone into one of the pods. Jeff Hardy is making his way down now. How can you do that? What do you mean? How can I do what? How can I miss United? In all fairness, I miss most of the United games. I keep up to date with all the news, and I keep up to date with who played, and I try and read reviews and things like that. And if I'm up when a game is on, then I'll definitely put it on. But my relationship with Man United is a strong one. It's one that's been going since the early 90s, but I don't feel like I have to watch the games. I'd rather, if I would like to, don't get me wrong, I would like to, but unfortunately my life doesn't always allow it. So, and sleep-wise, I suppose my body is just used to getting sleep whenever it can get it now, so it's just grateful for it. So it doesn't. My body doesn't really care what time it is. It's just very happy to get some sleep. Right, Jeff Hardy has made his way down. He has gone into a pod, and now Randy Orton is making his way down. Daze, do you think you would ever stop watching WWE, no matter how bad Raw gets? I still won't miss a show. Would I ever stop? I don't know, is the answer. I don't know. I mean, I have had to, again, leave wrestling. I've spoke about this before. I still kept up to date with it. But watching the shows is unusual for me, believe it or not. When I grew up, I never had a chance to watch them. When I was at work, I never had a chance to watch them. Like when I used to work in retail, I used to work in an entertainment store, and I never got a chance to watch Raw. I mean, I can't say never. I mean, certainly if I was on holiday or if I was on a late the next day. But, I mean, I wouldn't really get a chance to watch them if I'm being perfectly honest. So I've kind of had to watch the pay-per-views, watch what I can, catch up on YouTube, live that kind of a life. So I would say like watching the shows consistently, like what we've been doing for the past how long now? 2018, 3 years. I'd say like these 3 years have been easily the most I've watched live. I've gone back and watched lots of older shows on the network. So I've tried to catch up with, a lot of Raws and whatever. And plus, over the years, you get videotapes or you go around a friend and, you'll see Raw or there'll be like anthology DVDs or I feel like I'm up to speed with everything. I know all the big stories and I mean, I've been following it my whole life, reading reviews and all that kind of stuff, but actually watching shows. I can't say I've ever gone through a period of like 3 years where I've watched every single episode like what we've done. So, would I ever walk away again? I think I could. I think I could. I think it's very easy now to stop watching and just watch what you want on YouTube. And I think there might be people that do that. I mean, if you look at the Raw ratings are about 1.7, 1.8 million. Yet Alexa Fiend segments on YouTube get, 3 million? Something like that, nearly double. So does that mean that, like, Alexa and Fiend fans don't watch the show just because nothing else interests them, and instead they just watch on YouTube? I don't know. So I can't really answer it. I mean, like, we're doing watch-alongs, and I really enjoy talking with you guys and watching with you guys and all of that kind of stuff. So I really enjoy it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would for that reason. I think I would stay for you guys. I think you're forcing me to watch Raw, even if it gets worse. So, but I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? The effect that wrestling has on you. It's so weird. I think you live in hope, don't you? I mean, you watch it thinking like it's got to get better than this. Like there's going to be a surprise. There's going to be a moment. Everyone's going to be buzzing about it. Fear of missing out. It's FOMO, isn't it? It's fear of missing out. So, 4 of this year, 2021 Superstars Chambers in this match, and even Joe will be on commentary. Well, here he comes, look. Samoa Joe. I tell you what, I always appreciated Samoa Joe. I didn't when he was in TNA, right? I didn't when he was in TNA because I never watched, and I just knew him as like this plump guy. I knew him as this slightly overweight guy. I didn't know anything about him. But yeah, since he came to NXT and I've seen him compete and his intensity and everything, I really like Samoa Joe. I really like Samoa Joe. And now that he's on commentary and we don't even get to see him compete, I miss him. Look at him talking to Kofi. He's pointing at Kofi saying, I'm putting you to sleep. I miss Joe. Days, SmackDown Live airs on Tuesday, like we're watching a match from 2019. Here comes eco-friendly Daniel Bryan with Rowan by his side. And his eco-friendly championship. Isn't that weird? Like, that was, 2 years ago now? His eco-friendly WWE Championship. Days, how are you? Lewis, I'm good, thank you. Hope you are well. Harley says, maybe an unpopular opinion, but if Shane versus Braun happens at Mania, I would like it and I would look forward to it. I don't know why, because their interaction at Survivor Series 2016 was great. What do you think? I don't know. I think I might struggle with it because Braun is so big and Shane is not. Do you know what I mean? Like, Shane's getting on in age. I just don't see him as being a threat really in any way to Braun Strowman. Shane will push himself to limits and jump off things that are tall, and he can put a match together. But I don't know if that's how I would want to use Braun, if I'm being honest. Right, Daniel is the final person to come out in this one, and the referees are asking Rowan to leave. We've got Captain Planet sign in the front row. Love to see that. Captain Planet getting some support. That's obviously because of Daniel and his eco-friendly vibe. Mini King, hope you are well. Mini King says, how are you days? I'm excited to watch this. Daniel says he's suffering for the greater good. Do you think Seth Rollins saw that and was like, that gives me an idea?
Mini King 22 is a legend. They donated £1.99 via a super chat. How are you days? I'm excited to watch these.
So Daniel
cool
cutting a promo before he's about to step into the Elimination Chamber. Captain Planet, he's our hero. Gonna take pollution down to 0. That was so ahead of its time. Captain Planet, he's a hero. Gonna take pollution down to 0. Going Ghost. If you could book one match between two legends whilst in their prime.
Going Ghost is a legend.
Oh, here we go.
They donated $5 via a super chat. If you could book one match between two legends while in their prime, either alive or passed away from any brand, who would you book for the match?
That's a good question. Two legends in their prime. Let's throw that to the chat. I mean, I've obviously got a few thoughts. I mean, the first name that comes to mind is always Bruno Sammartino. The reason why I say Bruno is because longest reigning WWE champion, and someone that I find it amazing. I find it staggering that WWE had a John Cena, a Hulk Hogan, a Stone Cold Steve Austin, a Roman Reigns, one of those massive Mount Rushmore names. Do you know what I mean? One of those big generation-defining superstars. I find it amazing that they had one before pay-per-view, before, like, international TV, before the internet, before... not before people were watching wrestling, because as many people were watching wrestling then as watch it now, probably more. But, yeah, Bruno Sammartino held the WWE Championship for 7 years and then came back and held it for another 4. So, like, 11 years he was champion for in total. He was absolutely the John Cena, the Roman Reigns, the Hulk Hogan of his era, the 60s and early 70s, kind of mid-70s. So I never feel that he will never get the recognition that he deserves. He will never get it. So I would love for him to be in the ring now so that we could all enjoy him and watch him and you know. He was at WrestleMania. He's been at WrestleMania, but he never competed. Well, I say he never competed. WrestleMania 2, I think it was. WrestleMania 2 or 2. I think it was 2. He was in a Battle Royal, which is really cool. So I would go him. Big giant of a man, maybe against Brock. 2 absolute powerhouses against each other. That's maybe the first that comes to my mind. With this, we're starting with Samoa Joe and Daniel Bryan. Ooh. Laurie says Paul Orndorff and Roman. I like that. I like that. Sting Undertaker. I love that. Edge versus Rollins. You might get that. Cena versus Hogan. Could you imagine Cena, Hogan around like WrestleMania 7 time? WrestleMania 8 time? Like when Hogan's kind of at the peak of his powers, or so I don't know if I'd want to change too much by that point. Maybe WrestleMania 2, or I mean WrestleMania 3 is Andre. 4, you could do it at 4. You could do it at 4. It was just a Andre rematch, wasn't it? So yeah, Hogan, Cena. If we could take them back to like WrestleMania 4, that would be cool. Face versus face, though, but they did it at WrestleMania 6, Hogan and Warrior, so Kieran, shout out to you. Mr. KW says, I think Bruno versus Drew would be a hard-hitting classic wrestling match. It's a good shout. It's a good shout. I'd love to see him against quite a few people. I mean, like, I just seeing his style and that 60s style taking on people from the modern day would be fascinating. And gives him the recognition that he deserves. And yeah, man. So, as we said, Daniel, basement drop kick, taking the legs away from Samoa Joe. So, we are underway with the Elimination Chamber. First one, I think there's 6 for us to enjoy tonight. So, this has got Randy, Kofi, Jeff, AJ, Daniel Bryan, and Samoa Joe, who gets thrown into Kofi's pod. Samoa Joe goes down. I do like the square chamber. I do like this updated chamber. I think it looks cool. I'm surprised they haven't painted it red, like Hell in a Cell, or something like that. Some kind of contra pink, bright pink. Imagine that. Undertaker versus Elias, says Brendan. Dream match. Big Show versus Andre, says J&L Boys. Haku versus Brock, says Randy. Sam Dickinson, shout out to you. Daze, would you ever want to be a wrestler? I think if I was young again, I would probably go for it now. I think when I was young, a young 21-year-old, it just wasn't a thing. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't aware of any schools. I wouldn't have known where to have got started. I don't know. But now that there's NXT UK and you got to remember when I was growing up, America was a long way away. Do you know what I mean? Like the United States of America, how'd you get there? Well, I don't understand. So, yeah, I mean, British Bulldog was over there. He was very inspirational. I mean, I definitely could have looked at him and gone, well, he's done it. I can do it. Bulldog was very inspirational, but yeah, I don't know. I probably would like to give it a go. I'm too old now. I mean, there's no way. But it does, you watch so much and you have your own ideas of what you would do in a match and how you would put a match together. And you've seen so many great matches. You've seen so many bad matches. You've seen people botch. You've seen what moves work well together. And you've seen, thousands of hours of matches and promos and whatever. And I think it's only natural you would look at it and go, well, how would I do it? And I've thought that a few times and... yeah, it does. I mean, it does look fun, doesn't it? Wrestling does look fun. Obviously, very dangerous, and you've got to be highly trained. But yeah, if I was a kid, I think I would go for it. Either that or UFC. If I was young, I'd be tempted to go for UFC as well. I think I would definitely train in some kind of, combat sport, be it jiu-jitsu, like mixed martial arts, or just focus on like wrestling and pro wrestling. I think I definitely would. Fighting with My Family is in theaters this Friday, guys. Apparently, this Friday, Fighting with My Family, which I have seen. I have had a chance to watch now, and it's all right. It's not a bad little film. Did anyone see Young Rock? Has anyone seen Young Rock? I haven't seen it because I don't know where to find it in the UK. But let me know if you've seen Young Rock. Daniel has climbed on top of one of the pods and is sitting down. He's very chilled. It's a good idea, isn't it? Chilling on top of one of the pods. How about Demolition versus Shield? That would be awesome, Moda. That would be awesome. Andre the Giant versus Giant Gonzalez. C. Mickey says, what is your dream Elimination Chamber match? I would either put legends in there that have never been in there. Again, thinking along the likes of Bruno, Hogan. Well, has Hogan been in one? I don't think he has. Like Bruno, you could do like just the best of the best. Let's sort it once and for all. Who is the best? Stone Cold, Hogan, Cena, Roman Reigns, Bruno Sammartino, and The Rock. And maybe you should have Flair in there as well. Perhaps I'd have 7 in there and I'd start with a triple threat. Or you could start with 4. You could start with a fatal 4-way and then have the 4 pods as well. So, what? Bruno, Flair, Hogan, maybe Chuck Andre the Giant in there, Roman Reigns, Cena, Stone Cold, Rock. Dream. That's the dream. Start with a fatal 4-way. We're just seeing a big spot as well from Kofi, who climbed halfway up the chamber and then jumped off. Kofi is the next man that's in this. So we've got Kofi, we've got Samoa Joe, we've got Daniel Bryan. Go, shout out to you. Days, I haven't seen any of the 2 movies.
Going Ghost is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. Dory Funk Jr. has a wrestling school in the town I live in Florida.
That's very cool. He was at AEW, wasn't he? Sat in the crowd. I think he got a little intro. So that's very cool. I mean, if you're going to learn, then what I would say is make sure you do your research. If there is anyone out there that seriously wants to learn how to wrestle, make sure that you research the school. There's a lot of dodgy schools out there that will take your money and teach you some things, but you want to go to a professional. You want to go to you want to do what Ben Carter did. He got trained at Seth Rollins' school. I think Lance Storm used to have a school, and do you know what I mean? Like, I would make sure you go into a very, very reputable place. There is one, actually. I think Millie McKenzie got trained in Wolverhampton, which is not that far. It's like where I am right now. I could easily get there on a regular basis, but if only I was a young 21, eh? If only I was a young 21. Moxley versus Terry Funk versus Sandman versus Cactus Jack. Extreme Rules. Extreme Rules. All right, Boomer. All right, Boomer, if that's what you're into. All the kids now want exploding barbed wire matches. That's what we want. Extreme Rules. Warsaw till I die. Come on, Boomer. Come on. Get with the program, Grandad. It's exploding barbed wire matches now. That's what the kids want. I will probably train in a few years. There is a place near me called AML. Isn't that what you do in your knee when your knee ruptures? Are you sure you've not got confused? LSW, he tore his AML. Cedric Alexander has been there along with Tessa. Cedric was with Tessa. Breaking news. Breaking news, guys. Shout out to you, LSW. Even your name sounds like something you could rupture. Have you heard? He's ruptured his LSW. Oh, my God. Oh, he's out for 6 months. He's out for 6 months. You can't rupture your LSW. Oh, my God. There's no... Completely tore it in half. He tore his LSW right in half. Mini phenomenal forearm there. Days, I just thought what a match it would be if Bruno in his prime went head-to-head with Volta. Dream match. Definitely. Days, I DM'd you the Young Rock. Did you? Oh, you legend. You legend. I need to watch that, or at least find out where to watch it. I've heard good stuff about it. The mic was muted for a second, was it? Am I being censored? Am I? I'm sure you've seen what Facebook's been doing. Facebook has apparently censored Australia, like all of it. The koalas can't get their news. How to barbecue, no one can find out anymore. Like, all the news has been censored. And in Australia, and now YouTube has started trying to censor me because I speak the truth. Unbelievable. You can try YouTube, but I'll find a way. Guys, been victimized. Smash the like button if you think I'm being victimized. Don't bother. On the big streams, I care. Like, on the big streams, likes really do help. On these streams, I don't care. So don't. I mean, you can. There's whatevs. Do you know what I mean? Actually, no, don't. Don't bother. This is a chilled stream. This is chilled. That's what we're having a nice time. Are you ready for a good time? Kofi going against the ropes. AJ is in the... I'm doing an awful job here of calling this match. Awful. I'm not even calling it. I am watching it, though. Samoa Joe with a sleeper hold on Kofi. Manages to reverse it, but still locked in. Days, I would love to see Monday Night Rollins versus the new Daniel Bryan. Triple H versus Hulk Hogan in a steel cage. HBK versus AJ. RKO versus Bob Orton. Moxley versus Foley in a 3 stages of hell match. Very cool. Samoa Joe has gone. Samoa Joe has been eliminated. Not only eliminated from this match, but eliminated from wrestling. And now he can only be found on commentary. So many long messages, says Austin. Well, do you know what it is? It's sympathy, Austin. People are upset that I was silenced. People are upset that censorship is trying to shut me down. They probably watched our Raw stream where we were talking about Ric Flair's dong. And as a result now, they're like, oh, we better watch this guy. They're just... YouTube are watching the stream with the mute button. And they're like, if he gets close, just even close to that Ric Flair conversation, we've got to mute him. Nice drop kick by Jeff Hardy. Jeff going for the pin on AJ. Days, even though Brock has lost a few matches these past few years, do you think he is still living off the unbeatable feeling because he beat the streak? Does that prove how massive the streak was? I don't know. I don't know. I kind of think they've... I think you only see him once in a while. You don't see him every single show. So I think the thing with Brock is, even if he gets beaten, a few times by Seth, Roman, Goldberg, right? Even though he has taken some L's, he's taken a lot of dubs. Yes, the streak was massive. I think bigger than that, though, might be the fact he's a former UFC champion. And he looks legit, doesn't he? He's Brock. So we know he's special. He doesn't work Raw and SmackDown and all of that. He does when it's like time to build to a pay-per-view. But, you're not seeing a Brock Lesnar match for free. You're going to get him at the pay-per-view and that's it. He is special. They treat him as special. And I think the reason they do that is because he went off and became UFC champ. And, he's Brock. He obviously had a great first run. Youngest ever champion at the time, and in fact still might be. But I think the streak played a part as well. I think that he was the right person to end it. I know it's controversial. I know many people disagree, but I think you could have given it to someone else, and I don't know if it would have... I don't know if they would still be a big deal. I mean, if Bray had been the one to beat it, look at Bray's booking at the time. Not only would he needed to have beaten the Streak, they would have had to have changed his booking. Swanton off the top of one of the pods by Jeff Hardy. He comes crashing down onto AJ. Daniel with a flying knee. And Daniel gets the pin on Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy is eliminated. So we've seen a couple of big spots in here. We've seen Kofi coming off the side of the chamber. We've seen a swanton from the top of one of the pods by Jeff. It's nice. Look at that. Tell you, that takes some guts, man. Respect. Respect to him for that. Jumping off that height to hit a swanton. Especially when underneath there's a metal pole. Think about that, the ring post. If you get that wrong, you're landing on the ring post or the... You know, if you snap your neck off that top turnbuckle or one of the ropes... you know, when you think about it, when it comes to that swanton, certainly off the top of the chamber there is not much room for mistakes. That is a brave spot. That is a very brave spot. Have you seen the Leon Edwards news? I haven't, no. What is it? I know he's not facing Chimaev and he wanted Colby. Well, he wanted anyone, really, but... AJ with Daniel. Daniel suplexes Kofi. Evan said, I watched Young Rock. I can't wait for the next episode. It's awesome. Awesome. Days, I just watched the video where you saw British Strong Style versus the Elite. That's one of my favourite ever shows that I've been to. One of my favourite ever shows. I remember we were stood outside and the rain was absolutely bouncing off the floor like it was hammering it down. And when I got inside, I was drenched. And as soon as I walked in, Pete Dunne, Trent Seven, Tyler Bates standing there at the merch table. And it's like, you kind of feel like you've walked into a different world. That show is so stacked that when you tell people who was there, like, they don't believe you. It's incredible. Kenny Omega, Young Bucks, Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate, Trent Seven, Tegan Knox, Jimmy Havoc, Mark Andrews, Zack Sabre Jr., the villain, Marty Scurll, was there as well. And the room was not that big. The room, I think, was only meant to hold about 500 or 600. It had 1,000 people in it. Was not the biggest of spaces. So, yeah, very, very fortunate. Very fortunate. Kick out by Randy. I think it had Penta as well. Pentagon, why not? Yeah, Penta was there. They even had... they were like, we just found this guy that wanted to wrestle, and it turned out to be Leo Rush. And Leo Rush came out. Madness, man. Honestly. There's tons of names that I'm probably forgetting as well. Big strike by AJ. Duck underneath, though. Backbreaker to Kofi. Is everyone out now? I don't know if we're done with the pods or if there's still one more to come out. We got Daniel down. Kofi down. AJ in there. Samoa, I think, has Randy come out yet? I don't think Randy's come out, has he? AJ and Kofi. Into the corner goes Kofi. So, Daniel down in the corner. Oh, yeah, Randy is out. Big strike by AJ. Right, everyone is out then. So, we're down to the final four. Oh, KO, look at that. AJ went for the phenomenal forearm, got caught with the RKO, and AJ Styles is eliminated. That is cool. That is cool. Days, who is your favorite IC and US champion? US champion's hard because it goes in lots of different territories, most predominantly WCW. So I suppose in a way I find it difficult because I've not seen all of that WCW stuff. So there could be some great champions and reigns that I'd be missing out. Didn't Lex Luger have the longest US title run? And I don't know much about his title run. So US Championship, it's not a belt that I like, if I'm being perfectly honest, because when I was growing up, it wasn't in WWE, it was in WCW. So I like the IC. I've got obviously a lot of memories of that. And straight away, I go back to the likes of Bret and Bulldog at Wembley, and I go back to Mr. Perfect. Jericho obviously had some great IC title reigns. Honky Tonk Man, maybe the most legendary. Ultimate Warrior was a big one as well. Champion versus champion at WrestleMania 6. Pat Patterson, the legend, the first ever IC champion. So those are the kinds of names I think of.
They donated $5 via a super chat. What is your coolest memory from a house show? Mine was I had ringside seats and booed Demolition and they yelled at me. It was awesome.
That is very cool. That is very, very cool. Favorite memory from a house show? I don't know, because I mean, maybe when I was a kid, I would say 94, I think, was when I first went to a show. And it was at the NEC in Birmingham. And, I mean, I've got some pictures I would show you, but I don't think I'd be able to get my hands on them right now. Plus, in all fairness, they're not great pictures, right? It was a dark room, and we were still having to use, like, old Kodak cameras. So it's not like smartphones. So you can't quite... I need to try and take a picture of the picture and do some magic with it somehow, because it's a bit dark and you can't make it out. But you can see Undertaker, King Kong Bundy, Alondra Blaze. I think Mabel is in the ring at one point. So, yeah, there's all these pictures that I've got of these wrestlers that we went to see when I was, like, you know, really young, 94. And I can still remember how excited I was. I mean, that was everything. Do you know what I mean? Imagine it. Imagine watching it on TV as a kid in the UK, this massive world of wrestling that's going on in America. America that's just like, it might as well be on a different planet. Do you know what I mean? Like, America, that's like a whole different world. And this is coming from there, and it's just so amazing, and it blows your mind. And the British Bulldog. So there is someone from my country that's a part of it, and it's like, The Undertaker was awesome, and there was so much. So imagine when they came to Birmingham. Imagine when I found out that I could go and watch it live and see them in person. I mean, like, if you could bottle that excitement and sell it, you'd be rich. You'd be very rich. So, yeah. And I'm sure many of you have got the same kind of stories. I mean, I should imagine it doesn't make much difference, the fact that I'm in the UK and, you know, a lot of you are in America. I should imagine the first time you got to go to a house show and see your favorite stars live, you felt that same excitement, you know? So, I don't know. I think it would be, even though I can't remember everything from that, of course, because I was young, I remember enough. I remember the day and the excitement and is it time to go yet? And yeah, it was so special. I'd love to relive that. It's just good. And I mean, like, and when I was young, we never went to, like, stuff like that. So it was really rare. Like, we would go to the cinema, like, once a year. We went to cinema once a year. We might go to the theater once a year to watch like a pantomime or something, like when I was really young. But I mean, yeah, I didn't go to gigs or concerts or stuff like that. So going out to, like, you know, watch wrestling was so special and so different. Right, we are down to Kofi and Daniel. So this, as we said, is the very much a highlight of KofiMania. And I think, like, it must have been a real eye-opener for WWE when they heard the reaction that Kofi was getting. Like, yeah, chance for Kofi, man. Days, my unpopular opinion about the RKO is he's a good heel, but he's a better face. It was too early for The Fiend to win the championship, and Brock should hold titles. Ambrose is better than Moxley. CM Punk is overrated. Well, there's a lot there to unpack. Thoughts? There's a lot there to unpack. I'd say some of it I agree with. Some of it, I don't know. But some of it, I'm like, yeah, I see that. Big kick by Kofi. So we've got Kofi and Daniel as the final two over by the side of the cage. Face first. Daniel gets hurled. Look at that again. Boom. Straight into the... Look at this. Kofi going crazy, man. And the crowd are giving the yes chants. Boom. Daniel goes down. Big cheers from the crowd. And... Oh! Into the side of the plexiglass. It didn't break, did it? I don't know if it was meant to. But Daniel hurled Kofi into the side of the pod. Kofi came crashing down. Kofi chants. Oh. So they're showing a good few replays of that. Kofi is going Super Saiyan. Days, Leon Edwards is going to be the main event of Fight Night on March 19th. That's good. I can't wait to find out who's facing. I don't know that Covington was confirmed. Running knee, and Kofi is down. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Kofi. That's a good kick out there. That is a really good kick out moment, isn't it? Look at the dude that's in the gold. Dressed as a conquistador. And there's a confused... This is good, man. This is good. I mean, like, the early part of the chamber is kind of not irrelevant. Like, you get some nice moments, but this is the drama bit, isn't it? Look at Daniel's chest as well. Big chants from the crowd. This is wrestling at its best, isn't it? Look, crowd really invested in it. Daniel doing some really good heel work. Massive baby facing Kofi. People were so desperate for Kofi to win this. And, yeah, this is just really good storytelling. This was worth Daniel coming back for. You know, when you think about Daniel Bryan's career and Daniel coming back from that injury, I think the part that he played in KofiMania is kind of overlooked. It was worth him coming back for that. Gorilla Press, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Big strike by Kofi. Why am I getting excited? I know what happens. I've seen this before. Nice kick by Kofi.
Gorilla Press is a legend. They donated $2 via a super chat.
Shout out to you, bud. Daniel with Kofi's arm. Look at Kofi. Ah, it's being bent back. Look at the pain. crossface. Ah! That's a variation of the crossface, isn't it? That's a weird way of applying it. Kofi down. He's really pulling back. Look, Kofi in such... His fingertips away. There's people screaming. And he gets there. Yeah. People are... Vince. Vince must have been watching this going, OMG. We've got to put the title on this guy. This match is money. A one-on-one match between these two. I can't remember how good their match was at WrestleMania 35. I'm going to have a look, see what Meltzer gave it. WrestleMania. The moment that Kofi does win the title is incredible. This is awesome, say the fans. Nice enziguri kick. Da, da, da. 4.5 stars. 4.5 stars. The highest rated match from WrestleMania 35. 4.5 stars. I tell you what, I'm just looking at WrestleMania 35. The amount of matches on that show is insane. It is insane. WrestleMania 35. Why were you not 2 days? I'll tell you all the matches on WrestleMania 35 because I'm sure you forgot because I forgot. It's madness. I think there's like 16 matches here. Big strike by
a very
Kofi.
Irish potato
on
is a
top
legend.
of the chamber.
They donated $1 Australian via a super chat.
Very Irish potato. Shout out to you. This is I remember this being a big spot. Look, Kofi having a look. He's got Daniel in position, looking for a superplex off the top of the pod. People are on... You can see the crowd are on their feet, look. Oh. Teasing it, going for it. Straight to the midsection by Daniel. Daniel spinning it round. Smacking Kofi's head off that plexi. And now Daniel's having a look. No, still can't do it. Proper back and forth on top of the pod here. Straight to the midsection by Kofi. Oh, big hand. Daniel starting to... and again. Daniel wobbling away on that top turnbuckle. Kicks coming in by Kofi. And again. Daniel goes down. Kofi up top.
Is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat.
Big spot.
Huge update on the Masha Slamovich match at Mission Pro. Jody Threat will not be joining us due to new travel restrictions set in place in Canada.
Big splash. No one home. Kofi misses. I'll get back to that in a second. We're at the tail end of this one here. Daniel. Kofi on his feet. Running knee. Kofi goes down. 1, 2, 3. The dream is over. The boyhood dream has died. Daniel Bryan wins. Gorilla Press, shout out to you, says, huge update on Masha Slamovich match at Mission Pro. Jody Threat will not be joining us due to new travel restrictions set place in Canada. There we go. Breaking news from Gorilla Press. Good. The end of that match is so good. The end of that chamber match is so much fun. And 4.5. They go on to have a 4.5 star match at WrestleMania. Oh, I was going to do that, wasn't I? Okay. WrestleMania 35. has got a WrestleMania
Gorilla
Women's
Press
Battle
is a
Royal.
legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. However, I have personally booked AEW's Layla Hirsch to face Masha Slamovich for the first time ever. That's
very cool. Layla Hirsch. That's a great get. She's a really big talent. So that's, as replacements go, that's very impressive. So shout out to you, Gorilla Press. So there we go. Layla Hirsch taking on Masha Slamovich for Mission Pro. So WrestleMania Women's Battle Royal. You've got Buddy Murphy versus Tony Nese. You got the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. You got the Revival versus Zack Ryder and Kurt Hawkins. Brock Lesnar versus Seth Rollins. AJ versus Randy Orton. Samoa Joe versus Rey Mysterio. Usos versus The Bar versus Rusev and Nakamura versus Aleister Black and Ricochet. Sasha Banks and Bayley versus the Iconics versus Nia Jax, Tamina versus Beth Phoenix and Natalya. Shane McMahon versus The Miz. Daniel Bryan versus Kofi Kingston. Roman Reigns versus Drew McIntyre. Triple H versus Batista. Kurt Angle versus Baron Corbin. Finn Balor versus Bobby Lashley. Ronda Rousey versus Becky Lynch versus Charlotte Flair. All of that on one show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 matches. 16 matches. 16 matches. That is cruel. That is just cruel. That is cruel. Do you know what? WrestleMania has got to be, it's got to be 2 days going forward. It's got to be. It's got to be 2 days. They can't do that. They can't do that to us ever again. They can't. Look at that scene, man. Look at that. Big E, Xavier came down, raced into the chamber. They grabbed Kofi. That was it. That was his opportunity. Look, that was his shot. It's done now, guys. It's done. Kofi fell just short. KofiMania is so good, isn't it? The build is so good. Kofi, it's so good. I should imagine like every night he just goes back and rewatches it all. So there we go. That was KofiMania and the end of that. Really, really good. Right, well, now we're going back to last year's Elimination Chamber, March 8th. And there's fans? There's fans? March 8th. It must have been around this time we were like,
Going Ghost is a legend.
Should we have fans?
They donated $5 via a super chat. My chamber prediction. Drew wins Sheamus versus Drew last man standing match at Mania. Sheamus wins, Miz cashes in and pins Sheamus. What do you think?
I think it makes more sense for Drew to win and Miz cash in, rather than Miz cashing in on Sheamus. Kind of feels like Drew should just beat the chamber, just overcome Sheamus, and then Miz cashes in. I think cash in is very realistic. Very realistic. So, yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
Gorilla Press is a legend. They donated $5 via a super chat. Forgive me for being rude. This is the perfect stream before the Go Home Smackdown show. You're awesome days. I was at Mania 35. It was 7 hours long.
Oh, you're not being rude, dude. It's an interesting update. As I said, yeah, it's interesting. So, no, I don't see you as being rude at all. This is the perfect stream before the Go Home Smackdown show. Yeah, well, in the week of a pay-per-view, I always like to do watch-alongs. And because, like, the weekends have been so manic. I mean, like, instead of the Super Bowl, we might have done an Elimination Chamber. And then, of course, Sunday just gone, which would be another day we normally would do a watch-along. We had NXT. So it's just been absolute madness in regards to, like, streams that we've been doing. So, yeah, when the opportunity came to do one tonight, it was like, let's do it. Let's go for it. Elimination Chamber matches themselves are always fun. So I did like the idea of the best of. The only drawback is it's 4 hours 27. So I appreciate that people are going to be popping in and popping out and whatever. And there'll be some people that are obviously going to watch along and stay with us. But yeah, these are chilled streams, man. These are just fun. Do you know what I mean? They're just little extras that I like to put out there the week of a pay-per-view. So yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool. All good. All good in the hood. So this is Elimination Chamber 2020. So last year, fans can't believe it. So this is March. This must have been just before we lost them. They had to go. So we do have fans in attendance. This is for the SmackDown Tag Team Championships. So the first team coming out was Miz and Morrison. So we've got Miz and Morrison in there. I think, well, look at this. The Dirty Dogs as well. They've been together much longer than I thought. But here we go. Look, we've got Robert Roode. Robert Roode making his entrance. He's on his revolving platform. Which I'm glad they've moved away from. That might be controversial, but I'm glad that I don't think it works as a tag team. If he's going to go back to being a solo star, then fine. But in a tag team, unless they're both doing it, unless they're both on platforms, that would be cool. If they were both on platforms with robes. But having Rude come out with his entrance and then just doing Ziggler with his, not feeling that. But there we go. Look, the Dirty Dogs together even here in this Elimination Chamber match a year ago. That was 1 week before I got laid off from my job. Really? Was it? Oh, man. Isn't it so strange to look back at this point in particular? I mean, literally just before. I mean, it's kicking off at this point, isn't it? I mean, obviously it all started at the end of 2019, which is why it's known as COVID-19, because that was when it began. But going back here, like March of 2020, knowing like what the world was going through and about to go through, it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't even know what I would say to these people. Do you know what I mean? If I could go back in time and speak, if I could go up to Green Shirt Guy, I think if I could go up to Green Shirt Guy, I'd probably just be like, it's going to be rough. 2020 is going to hit you hard. You know all them shows that you love to go to? I hope you've got plenty of supplies in at home. Do you even know what your home looks like? Have you even got a TV? Is this why you're always here? Have you got a TV, Green Shirt Guy? Oh, no. What if Green Shirt Guy doesn't have a TV? Has anyone ever thought of this? Maybe this is why he goes to the shows. If Green Shirt Guy hasn't had a TV throughout lockdown. Poor guy. Just think of what he's missed out on. People losing their eyes. Otis winning Money in the Bank and then losing it again. Sonya Deville leaving WWE. Roman Reigns returning as a heel. Edge having that great match at Backlash. All the Performance Center stuff. The Thunderdome. Undertaker leaving. Undertaker's last match. And Undertaker leaving. Man, that's wild, isn't it? If you didn't watch wrestling during this past year, Undertaker's gone. What? Yeah, he had his last match. What was his last match? Oh, it was a match outside against AJ Styles. What do you mean outside? Yeah, it was in a graveyard match. Boneyard. What? Yeah, and then he left. What do you mean? Survivor Series. Paul Bearer was there. What do you mean? What? Paul Bearer was there. Paul Bearer was there. Huh? Did Becky have a good year? Well, funny you should ask. She had a very good, she had one good night. We know that much. And it kind of changed the plans for 9 months. Wow. And what's Ric Flair been up to? Well, let me tell you what Ric Flair's been up to. Lacey Evans? Did Heavy Machinery still going strong? Well, Otis is. And have you heard about Bad Bunny? 2020 was a crazy year for WWE. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. The Raw after this was the last show. Was it? So the next night, literally the next night was the final Raw with fans. How crazy is that? That's crazy. There's going to be tons of videos, documentaries and everything done on what wrestling was like during the pandemic. There'll be like whole chapters dedicated to it, won't there? I probably should think about making a video. I've got to be honest. I mean, like, what was wrestling like during the pandemic? Not great, would be my answer. Not great. I think they've really missed fans. And I think that there's been so much change. You know, I mean, they've had to rip up whole storylines and, like, start new ones. And I think credit where it's due. What they have given us and what they have been able to give us during these times, you kind of have to go fair play. Do you know what I mean? None of this could have been planned. Like, they've had to work out Thunderdomes and they've had to figure out even where to put the shows on. I mean, WrestleMania came from the Performance Center. That's the kind of level of disruption that we're talking about. WrestleMania was in front of no fans in a tiny little warehouse on an industrial estate in Orlando. Like, the amount of disruption, the amount of change. Roman completely out of the picture. You know, just so crazy, just crazy what it went through. So, all right, even though it's not a vintage year, even though my first thought is not great, I do have to give them credit for what they have given us. Not much credit, but I am going to give them some. New Day coming down with their colour-in attire. So this is their paint-by-numbers attire. So white. It's classy, isn't it? The white's classy. Not enough people wear white. Not enough people wear white. It is classy. And on their backs, they've got the colours that should be where they are. It is really cool. It's such an interest. Otis dancing to New Day's thing. He is loving it. Oh yeah! White looks so good. It reminds me of Seth. Do you remember when Seth had his white attire? That popped as well. Everyone wears black. Here come the Usos. Down since day one-ish. I miss the Usos. I miss them. Jimmy and Jay. Lacey was also screaming "my hole" when sleeping with Rick, says Austin. Days green shirt guy might still watch wrestling, just not the weekly shows, because he might have the network on his phone or computer or tablet. Doesn't need a TV. Ha, I just ruined your joke. Mark, shout out to you. That the Usos getting right into the face of Miz and Morrison. It is true, he can still watch it. He's just going to be delayed, isn't he? A few weeks out. Lucha House Party are in there. Mark says, well, I'm waiting for her to read it out. You also missed the New Day
Mark
split.
is a legend.
That's true.
They donated $5 Australian via a super chat. Days you can also tell the fans back then. 2020 we got 30 years with a 19 tuck, but we topped that with 80 years getting a 30 years pregnant.
That is true. Yeah, the whole Murphy and Tuck thing. Yeah, you're right. How do you feel about massive age gaps in relationships? Well, WWE certainly explored that topic during the pandemic. They did what? Yeah, it's crazy. And you're right, the New Day split in as well. The New Day split was so... It's so not how I would have done it. There was no big turn or anything like that. I mean, I don't know. Perhaps it was right for the New Day because they're the power of positivity and all of this, but surely it would have made it more shocking. I think the thing is they still wanted everyone to be faces, didn't they? They still wanted everyone to be popular. They want Big E to go on to be that massive baby face. I think they love the Kofi, Xavier, New Day kind of carrying on, power of positivity. So they were in a situation where they didn't want anyone to be a heel, but it just kind of meant that the moment was a bit, not flat, because it definitely still had impact, but, oh man, could you imagine if, like, someone had turned? It doesn't have that. Yeah, it's to the point where it's not one of my first thoughts when I think about what happened. And I don't think about the New Day splitting. Didn't have the same level of impact. But yeah. They have split. They're kind of still going, but they have split. I mean, Big E has broken away. Right, we are up and running with Usos and New Day. It's a great way to start. Usos and New Day. Fans would be too fickle to have the Attitude Era back. Wow, yeah. Do you know, I mean, it's wild, isn't it? I was thinking this last night about how much wrestling has changed. I know this is a whole separate subject, but you might have seen the news that Kyle O'Reilly had a seizure immediately after NXT. So Kyle O'Reilly gets beaten up and he has what looks to be a seizure. And obviously, like, you just think it's selling and you just whatever. I mean, I didn't really notice anything in particular at the time, apart from the fact he got attacked and that's how the show ended. I didn't think anything of it. And then on Twitter, people are like, he really had a seizure, and like Triple H had come out and everything. So waited to see, like, you know, is this true? Because I didn't see it from any sources. Although they were starting to pick up, but they were just saying reports are that he has really had a seizure. But I wasn't seeing anything like confirmed or anything. And then news started to come out. No, he hasn't. Everything's fine. It's just a work. And it's so weird. Like, people were really upset with, like, so many different people. They were upset that WWE had put Kyle in that situation. They were then upset that people were, like, it was so weird. They were upset with WWE. They were upset with Kyle. They were upset with Pete Dunne that had attacked him. They were upset with the anger and the upset went everywhere. They were upset with creative then that they'd like asked him to do that. And I even saw people upset with Kyle that he had gone that far. I mean, Twitter, as you can imagine, just started going after anyone and everyone. It was like everyone was getting it. Whereas back in the day, when people still believed that wrestling was real, all of that heat would have gone on to Pete Dunne, and it would have gone on to Oney Lorcan and Danny Burch. You know, that's where wrestling has really changed. Back in the day, you had monster heels because all of that anger, all of that heat went directly to them. It went to Pete Dunne, Oney Lorcan. Can you believe it? They attacked Kyle so viciously. He had a seizure. And you know, he was all of it. And all of that heat, like Pete Dunne, Kyle O'Reilly, and that They would have been monster heels back in the day. Whereas now that heat's not going in that direction. It's going everywhere else. It's going to create. It's going to Kyle himself. How dare Kyle pretend that he had a seizure? And like, how dare creative book that? How dare people on Twitter say that he had a seizure when he didn't really have a seizure? He just pretended to have a seizure. And like, I was watching it all and like, looking at it all on Twitter. I was like, this is madness. This is madness. All these people like throwing shade at all these different directions. And it's like, back in the day, it all would have gone in one direction. So hard now to be a heel. So hard. Because anything you do, if you do something good, you go, people go, oh, that was cool. How they booked that. That was cool. But it's just like, yeah, that's cool. Like, the heels don't really get the credit they deserve, but equally, I don't know if they get criticised.
Going Ghost is a legend.
Or the heat either.
They donated $2 via a super
everywhere.
chat. Social media helped to kill the Attitude Era.
Social media helped to kill the Attitude Era. I think it's contributed to, I don't want to say the death of wrestling, but I do think wrestling's in a bad place. I don't think there's any denying that. I'm not even talking about the ratings. I'm just talking about the fact that, I don't know, man. I think wrestling's got a real identity problem. It's going to be so interesting when fans come back. Well, we could do a long stream just talking about what the future of wrestling is. What is the future of wrestling? You know, is it supernatural stuff like what The Fiend and Alexa are doing? Is it like great storytelling like what we see from Roman? Is it like really in-ring wrestling heavy stuff like, say, an MLW? Whoa, I forgot that spot! Lucha House Party in, and Lindsay got thrown against the cage. And he kind of flopped down. That looked like it really jarred his knee. Lindsay climbing up on top of one of the pods. So we got Lucha House Party in there, New Day in there, Usos in there. But yeah, it's crazy. Like social media and the fact that it's all now exposed. It's hard for the heat to go where it would have gone in the past, you know. You think about someone like Sergeant Slaughter and Hulk Hogan, WrestleMania 7. People hated Sergeant Slaughter. Sergeant Slaughter, during the Gulf War, was an Iraqi-Iran sympathizer. He turned his back on... He used to be like USA. He used to represent the military, the US military. And all of a sudden now he turned his back on the USA. And he was like a Iran-Iraq sympathizer whilst a war was going on between like the USA and Iraq and Iran and everything, the Gulf War. It's such a like controversial story to tell. Like it'd be super controversial to do now. I don't think they would do it now. But WrestleMania 7, all the heat that went on Sarge, he was getting death threats. Like they even called him up to say, we've received a death threat against you and your family. He was getting death threats against him and his family for like people like still believed. There was people out there that still believed. It's still real to me, damn it. You can't get heat on a heel like that now. You just can't get heat on a heel. It's and I don't know how we change that going forward. I just don't know. Honestly, I think you've got to live it. I wonder if, right, it's so hard for me to say this, but I wonder if someone like Pat McCarthy might actually have some value in that I genuinely think, like, I genuinely don't like him. I don't like him from his kickoff shows when I used to watch him and it used to be like, what's this dude doing here? Like, they're literally using him because he's got a big podcast and he's got like loads of views and all of this, right? They could have an old wrestler, a legend, someone that gives you some really good insight. Instead, we've got this guy. And he never came across as like a likable person to me. So I never liked him on his kickoff shows. So he always came across as unlikable. To the point where when they actually started getting him wrestling, they booked him as a heel. like, it's so unusual for a celebrity to be brought in as a heel, but I think he just is naturally a heel. I think he just is like an unlikable person. That's certainly how he comes across to me. And there might be people out there that listen to his podcast and were fans of him that might say different. But, and I'm about to say some praise here, yeah? Maybe that's the way forward. Maybe, like, actually being a tool might be the way forward. Because, like, how do you get the heat these days? Maybe, like, if you're on social media and you're just laying into the fans and you live and breathe your gimmick. You know, like Undertaker did. Like, maybe if you are a heel and you just live and breathe being a heel to the point where people really want to see you lose, really want to see you get embarrassed, really want to see you get your comeuppance, even though they know it's scripted, they still know that you're an awful person. I don't know. It's so hard. It's so hard because social media has just exposed everything. And I think that Kyle thing is a great example of the heat going in so many directions. So many directions. When Kyle did it because he wanted to get Pete Dunne over, he wanted to show how badly he had been beaten up. He got beaten up so badly that he decided to, pretend to have a seizure. People thought it was real. The heat should go to Pete Dunne, Danny Burch, and Oney Lorcan, but it went everywhere except them, basically. Went everywhere else. John says, don't praise stupid Pat. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a fan of celebrities actually wrestling unless they get, like, extensive training. Unless they're going to because you can get seriously hurt. This isn't something you can play at. Like, wrestling is something that can, unfortunately, end lives if it's not done right. Certainly can, give people life-changing injuries, very easily. So this isn't something that you play at, which is why it always amazes me when people get in the ring like this. I understand they only give them limited things to do. I understand that. But still, do you know what I mean? You've only got to land wrong and, it's life-changing. Or do something equally as bad. Do something to someone else wrong and it's life-changing. So, I don't know. I'm never a fan of celebrities in matches, but, yeah, it's hard. I just thought it was so amazing. That heat going all over the place last night. Are you expecting the Fiend's return to be at the Chamber? I think so, Scott, yeah. JS17 says, Days, as we are watching a 4-hour show, I've got an idea for next week. How about all of Total Divas Season 2? I am all right, thank you. We watched Total Divas. Total Divas definitely has fun moments. There's definitely moments that you can watch and really enjoy. But equally, there's lots of, like, dramatic moments. Do you know what I mean? Like, relationship troubles and all this kind of stuff. It's kind of like more of the Bellas and their just day-to-day drama. And then you'll get a Cameron moment that's really fun. Or, do you know what I mean? Something goes wrong at one of the shows. So there's some fun stuff in there. If there was like a Total Divas funniest moments video, I'd watch that. I'm down for the funny stuff. The dramatic stuff, I can leave that. So we have watched all of season 1. Oh, double stomp by Kofi going for the pin on Miz, but Morrison makes the save. I know I'm not doing a very good job of watching these matches, but I am watching them. I always think it gets better when it gets down to the final 2. We've got the countdown. So, Heavy Machinery or Ziggler and Rude. And it is... Heavy Machinery are out. Oh, yeah! Here we go. I don't know why they're not still a team. Heavy Machinery. Heavy Machinery are just pushing everyone down. This is kind of like Great Carly when he came out and did his chops. Heavy Machinery are just coming out going, shoulder charge to you, shoulder charge to you, shoulder charge to you. They're just going around shoulder charging everyone. They collide into the Usos, bounce off the ropes, and again. So they've got the Usos up against the side of the cage. They're just smashing themselves into them repeatedly. It's fun. It's a good spot. And let's go down. This is where Otis goes through the chamber, says STD. Harley says, maybe Shane could name a stipulation that really favors him. I don't know what they can definitely think of something. It's just that I have 4 LQ, so I can't think of anything. I'm sure there could be some kind of stipulation to juice it up. I just think there's better for Braun, though. Like Braun against Keith Lee, I think would be a really interesting match. Or Damian Priest might be an interesting match. I mean, against Shane would be okay. I'm sure they could think of something, but I'd be lying if I was saying that would be a match that I would be like, Braun against Shane next, kind of a thing, you know. But I'm sure they could think of something to spruce it up. They're pointing at Ziggler and Rude. Otis and Tucker at the height of their popularity, says Heather. Yeah, well, I mean, look at this. I love this spot. Lindsay, look, climbing on the roof. And that's the cue. Look, all of a sudden, everyone's fighting. Look at John Morrison looking up as he's fighting. Oh, it's a big spot. Lindsay comes down from the roof. Holy shit. And he swings. Oh, and he goes, that is so cool. So he actually swings to the point where he does a backflip in the air so that he can come down like that. Goes straight over and then comes down. It's a really cool spot, isn't it? And then moments later, they're gone. Lucha House Party eliminated. Sonny says, he's Spider-Man. Notorious Nightmare says, I'm at school having free time. Hope you're having a good one. Shout out to you. But what, you're at school right now? It's midnight here in the UK. And you're at school chilling. Shout out to you. But Spark says that was an awesome moment. Eric and Devon's WWE Toy and Stuff. Shout out to you, my friend. STD says the Dirty Dogs are in. That's what Ric Flair and his good friends say to each other. A good way to bring Jimmy back is to say that Jay is banned from ringside in a match with Roman and then Jimmy attacks. That is good. Jay Uso is banned from this match. So Jimmy Uso comes down instead. That is good. I like that. Heather says, Kyle should have known as a diabetic his life is at risk when he wrestles. People would knee-jerk to something like that. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Are you saying that it's Kyle's fault? I gotta tell you, man, I don't agree. I think Kyle O'Reilly he's the one that suffers from, you're meant to be worried. Do you know what I mean? Like, you are meant to watch that and feel concern for Kyle. So
Billy King 22 is a legend. They donated £1.99 via a super chat. I'm going to head off now. Thank you, Days 100.
Good night, bud. Good night to you. Have a great evening. Yeah, they want you to be concerned. If you think about wrestling, and how like kayfabe and all of this, you're meant to finish watching that show and you're meant to feel sorry and you're meant to be worried for Kyle and you're meant to hate Pete Dunne, Oney Lorcan and Danny Burch. Right, I've got a feeling this is the big spot, isn't it? Look, he dumps Ziggler onto the top rope, look. Off the top comes Tucky. Tucky takes down a load of people. Otis, yeah, he's super popular here. Big strike to the back of the head by Robert Roode. I feel like we're just moments away from that massive spot, which is why this is getting my attention. So Tucky comes off the top, takes down a load of people. Ziggler and Roode are trying to wear down Otis. Here we go. Look, they're going for this big spot. And they smash him. Tried to smash him into the side of the cage. Didn't quite work out. Couple of back elbows. Clothesline over the top. Big strike. Ziggler goes down. Do you know, it's kind of really fun to watch this now and go back and watch this moment. Otis has got Ziggler up. Roode. Kick to the midsection. Looked like he was going for a DDT, but it's reversed. The amount of time that they're building this. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, look. Dolph is over by the pod. Otis backing up. Oh, runs. Goes straight through. Otis goes out of the chamber. Went straight through the pod and out the back of the pod. He just went, look at Tucker. Tucker's like, oh, that's a problem. Boom, straight through. Miss Can1, shout out to you. Monica said it was kind of funny seeing everyone just explode in different directions. Yeah, I mean, I don't give Kyle any blame for it. I think that he had a seizure, and I understand people saying, well, he's got diabetes and he should understand that people are going to be concerned for his health and whatever, but I don't understand what. So he's not allowed to do. He's not allowed to do that as part of his selling now. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. He got attacked and he sold, and honestly, that might be what would happen to him in that situation. Like, he just sold it. He sold it really well, too well. He sold it too well. There's people upset that he sold it too well. How dare he sell it in such a convincing way that loads of people thought it was real? Who does this guy think he is? But more than that, it's just so, it was so interesting. So interesting. It was a real insight as to where wrestling is now. It's a real insight. People getting angry at Kyle. People getting angry at Kyle for selling in wrestling. It blew my mind. It blew my mind. Like, back in the day, that would have all gone on to Pete Dunne, Oney Lorcan, and Danny Burch, as we said. All the heat would have gone on to them. Yeah, it's so interesting. So, I don't know. I don't know what wrestling's going to do when fans come back. And, I don't know what the future is. I don't know what a heel is going to look like in 10 years' time. I don't know what wrestling's going to look like in 10 years' time. Maybe the cat's out the bag. Wrestling has got to change because it can't keep doing what it's always done. because it's just diminishing returns at this point. Do you know what I mean? Like the ratings, you look at Raw ratings, for years they've done that. So maybe we're at the point where WWE are like, we've got to do something different. We've got to. Like, we can't just keep watching that do that. And maybe that's where the supernatural thing's coming from, to see if that will catch with people and if that will do something. I don't know. It's very interesting, though, where wrestling is. It is very interesting. But, I mean, you look back at some of these matches, like these big spots and everything, and the chamber, it's so much fun. Usos doing some double teamwork to eliminate Ziggler and Rude. So, Ziggler and Rude are gone. So, we've got Usos, New Day, Miz and Morrison. Heavy Machinery, I think, have gone because of what happened to Otis. Jumanji, The Next Level, available now. There we go. Jumanji is available, guys. Breaking news. Another big spot. Awesome. JS says, Days, so you're telling me people love HBK and Dolph Ziggler. Totally accurate selling, but when Kyle actually does something realistic, people get angry. People got angry. But, as I said, it's where that anger was going that was the most fascinating part of it. So, a mini story that came out of NXT last night. I tell you, when it comes to wrestling, I do wish we could go back to it being questionable. Because even when you're told, yeah, you know it's not real. When I was told that as a kid, I was told by my cousin. My cousin first told me, right, this is true. He told me at first, you do know they're all just robots, right? Because he was a kid as well. I was a kid, he was a kid. And he went, you know they're all robots, yeah? He was trying to, obviously, fool me. And I was like, they're not. Right. I mean, I never believed that. I mean, that's a hard sell. Like, fair play for even trying to convince me that that was true. Honestly, did he really think I'd go, what? So, first of all, he tried to tell me they were robots. Idiot. And then he went, okay, they're not robots. But you do know it's all scripted. You do know it's not real. What? No, it's not. What? Honestly, I didn't know. I mean, I was young, obviously. I'm not ashamed to admit that I hadn't worked it out. I'd like to think I would have worked it out. But, in all fairness, there's a lot... Well, yeah, I would, because the network came along and there's like all these behind-the-scenes documentaries, so I would have found out eventually. But, yeah, the amount of people back in the day that just believed it. And there's no shame in that. I mean, the business did everything it could to make sure that you believed it. Faces and heels were kept apart. And, there was a lot that went down to making sure that you believed everything that you saw. Kayfabe, keeping kayfabe, it was so important. So, yeah, I wish we could kind of go back to that. That kind of questionable. Is it? Isn't it? But there's no way. There's no. It's done. It's done. And that really is only since the internet came along. You could say that really Montreal and the Brett screwed Brett kind of moment and the fallout of that was significant. I mean, obviously people were aware, dirt sheets were around. People in the know knew. But I'm talking mainstream. That was big. And the internet, that was huge as well. And there's no going back now. Miz and Morrison tried to pin Kofi, and they do. Kofi came off the top of the pod. No one there. Miz and Morrison pin Kofi. So we actually get down to Miz and Morrison against the Usos. Days, people want it to go back to the Attitude Era. I don't. because we would get things like Mandy Rose versus Dolph Ziggler in a bikini match, or first person to take off a robe wins a championship. Yeah, man, there was a lot of rubbish in the Attitude Era. I think what the Attitude Era represents is the feeling, not so much the booking, but it was can't miss. Do you know what I mean? On a Monday night, that kind of shock TV. It was very Jerry Springer. In fact, I've heard a lot of podcasts where Vince Russo, the writer, was watching Jerry Springer and was using it as an influence. So it was very, OTT in its violence, in its sexuality, in it was everything turned up to 11. So, you had women in like next to nothing, Sable with just handprints covering her boobs. Do you know what I mean? You had that kind of stuff. You had like ultra violence, and yeah, they really pushed the envelope in lots of different directions. So we are down to Miz and Morrison and the Usos. I'm not really too bothered about going back to the Attitude Era, but I do think that it's a better. I do think that going for an older age would be better. I mean, right now everything feels very PG. Do you know what I mean? Things do feel very PG. Nice trick by Miz going for the figure 4. Who wouldn't want to see Dolph in a bikini match, says Alex. Puppies, says Crazy Cheech. Yeah, I mean, them days aren't returning. That ain't getting past... that ain't going to vibe with this generation, is it? That ain't getting past Twitter. Benjo plays. Shout out to you. Going Ghost says, Days, even when fans come back, wrestling will still be awkward. There will be a feeling out process, and it will take time. I think, in all fairness, I think when fans first come back, I think it's going to be red hot. We are starting to see fans coming back. That was nice. 1, 2. Oh, some lovely spots here. There was a figure 4 by The Miz and Morrison with Starship Pain, but only got a 2 count. Super kick and only gets a 2 count as well. As I said, these matches really get going. They have great moments throughout. We just saw like Lindsay coming off the top. That was a big moment in this match. And obviously Otis going through the pod. That was a massive moment as well. But the real drama is when you get down to the final 2. And that's where we are right now. We are down to Miz and Morrison taking on the Usos. And Morrison gets thrown to the outside. Goes up over the top, comes crashing down. And they manage to get the win. Miz and Morrison. Both of them. Retain the tag team championships. It's all right. It's not bad. Still to come, we've got one from 2011. We've got the first ever women's Elimination Chamber. We've got a women's tag team Elimination Chamber. And I think there's one from like 2015 that's got the New Day, the Ascension. I think the Ascension are in it. Primetime players, Tyson Kidd and Cesaro. Maybe Los Matadores. So there's a couple coming up. I'm looking forward to all of them, actually. I'm looking forward to all of them. One from 2011 that's got like Edge and Wade Barrett. The first ever women's, that'll be fun. Women's tag, I seem to remember being really good. The women's tag one, so I'm down for that. And 2015, going back to like 6 years ago, that'll be fun as well. So this one's worth watching for the Otis and the Lindsay moments. And KofiMania was a good one. So this is a really good playlist, actually. They've done a really good job of putting this together. I probably would have liked some older ones as well. Maybe they're all a little too recent, but I think there's a lot of youngsters that join us that will appreciate seeing people they know. So, yeah, I can't really fault this playlist, this best of. The new chamber came in at 2017. I never would have said that. I never would have said it was that long ago. I would have said 2019, 2018 at an absolute push. I wouldn't have said 2017. That's crazy. It was the SmackDown one where Bray won it. I'm surprised that's not in. Bray winning the championship. I'm very surprised that's not in. Corbin cost Dean the match by putting him through the pod. Cena was first out and he lost the title. We are going to 2011. 2011. I think this is Big Gold. Oh, 10 years ago. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. I'm looking forward to this. Kane. Right, now, we have never watched this on the channel. The other matches, I think not every other match. We never watched the 2015 one. But the ones we've seen so far, we've obviously done as part of watch-alongs. We've never watched this one on the channel. I've seen this. Michael Cole is on commentary. And it is the old circular chamber, which looks a bit thinner. It doesn't feel as... I think the current one feels more punishing. Looking at this, I kind of feel like the chain on this doesn't feel as thick. I do like the old one, though. I got the Mattel playlist of the old one. Haven't got the new one. I think they did make a new one. I haven't got the new one. Horrible music. Horrible. He looks like he could be Hunter Hearst Helmsley Jr. Do you know what I mean? He's got like a bit of quite a baby face. He's got long tied back hair. If they could have brought him in as Hunter Hearst Helmsley's brother. Like, he's definitely, I think the beard, like, and the bit of facial hair and aging has definitely helped him. He's getting right in the face of Kane. Also, his, I said more people should wear white. He's wearing white. I'm not a fan. I don't think it looks that good on him. White and gold. Right, Drew McIntyre. Drew, lol. I missed the metal floor, says Austin. Hey, look, here's Wade Barrett. Member, leader of the core. The core. Because by this point, flipping Nexus was already dead. I think, wasn't it still going with Punk? And he had a rival group, the core. There he is, look, Wade Barrett. I like Wade Barrett. So, in steps Wade back. So we've got young Drew. It's like young Rock. We've got Wade Barrett. Kane. Edge is going to be in this as well. It's great, man, to watch. It's nice to watch some wrestlers we don't normally watch. This is good. Get to see some stuff we don't normally see. Going back to WWE from 10 years ago. White ropes, old scratch style logo. And as we said, the old circular chamber. Out comes Teddy Long, player. This is about to become a tag match. He said, as you all know, I fired Dolph Ziggler. The crowd loved that. So I present his Elimination Chamber replacement. So this was brought in as a surprise. Is it Ray? No, it's the Big Show. Look at that. There's people in the crowd excited. That dude right there was like, yeah, it's the Big Show. The Big Show is proper excited to see the Big Show. In all fairness, the Big Show is someone that's kind of really cool to see live in person. I was excited to see the Big Show when I went to a house show. I saw Big Show against John Cena. I remember that from a house show. Cena won with an AA. Managed to get Big Show up on his shoulders. It's cool. Well, it's going to be a tag match where they all have to go one-on-one with The Undertaker. You're going to go one-on-one with The Undertaker. Steve Austin versus Seth Rollins. That would be good. There was fans. Then days there was. All of these shows have had fans. I mean, this is well before the pandemic, so do you know what I mean? I could go back to that time, but I can't. But I don't want to say I could, because I absolutely can't. But if I could, I'd be like, guys, you need to know. 2020 is going to be rough. You need to know in 9 years. Make sure you've got some toilet paper in. There is going to be a mass shortage for a good few weeks. Booyaka, booyaka! Look at that as well. Over on the entrance stage. That's cool. Did you see? So the one part is the screen. The other part is an elimination chamber made of lights. Look at that. That is cool. So that is cool, isn't it? So the one side is like the entrance screen, but the other side is like half of an elimination chamber. Just made out of nothing but lights. It looks awesome. I mean, I've seen better staging, but it's nice. There was a sign there that said 619 in lights. How do they do that? How do they get power to that? How do they get that to light up? Where would you buy them lights from? Like, they must be battery powered, but that's impressive. That always impresses me as well when there's loads of people holding a letter each. Because I'm guessing that's like all their friends. You don't just turn up and go, do you mind holding these? On this day. Look at that. Look at that. Look at Big Gold. Look at Big Gold. Look at Big Gold. Look at Big Gold and think about what we're missing out on with the Blue Universal. The stupid Blue Universal. Look at that actual real belt that's got actual real detailing and actual real metal work and actual real prestige. Not like that flipping Blue Universal that's a blue strap. It's a blue strap with the WWE logo on. Look at that belt! Look at that belt, you disgustingly beautiful thing! Oh, I miss it. An actual championship. He's got an actual championship around his waist. Look at the belt! Oh my God. So beautiful. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? Paved paradise, put up a parking lot. Joni Mitchell. So, Rey Mysterio in one corner, Edge in the other. The Rated R Superstar! Scott says, beautiful championship. It is nice. It is nice. Undertaker versus Fiend would be awesome, says Robert. Brad says, no Velcro on the back either. A belt that fastens up like a belt should. Oh my God. They're giving us everything on this show. I love this attire for Edge as well. Black attire. It's classy, isn't it? You know, when we talk about great wrestling attire or bad wrestling attires, look at this one on Edge. Black tights with I probably wish it didn't have the logo on the one side. I wish it was just the stripes and the Rated R. I don't need the logo on the other side. If it was just black with those two white lines and the Rated R, that's cool. Kind of feel like the logo on the other side's a bit OTT. If it was, it would be it. It's lovely, actually. Really nice attire, that is. Just looks classy.
Luke's World is a legend.
Luke's
They
World.
donated £1.99 via a super chat. Tony's the Rated a Superstar Edge.
Shout out to you, Luke's World. We're starting, by the way, with Edge and Rey. Rey is in black as well, but it's kind of baggy. And it's got like red and green down the side. I don't like it. Ah! I mean, you can see why they got rid of that metal floor. Can't you? That can't be fun. You can see why they got rid of it. Ugh. Very unforgiving. I would imagine there was a lot of... Because in all fairness, underneath, aren't you going to have like the stands, aren't you? Like, that's not going to bounce. There's going to be no give on that floor. I reckon there were probably quite a few like injuries. Nothing major, just like bruises, cuts from that grating, which is why they ended up putting the mats on. So... I agree with Austin. You do miss it because it added noise and extra level of danger and everything, but I can see why they got rid of it. I want to see the Oddities versus Retribution, says Jason. Harley said, do you think it's fair to call Shane McMahon a legend? Yeah, I do. He's competed for a long time. If you think like that moment where he fell off the SummerSlam stadium and his match against Kurt where he got put through the glass. I mean, he's given us, or against Undertaker where he came off the top of the cell. I think he's given us some really iconic moments, including the contract does say McMahon, but it's Shane McMahon at WCW. So, I mean, he's been around and done a lot. So I do think legend is fair. Days agreed with me, says Austin. Warsaw Till I Die says, Days, imagine WWE brings back this title and the Winged Eagle and they just bin the current ones. That's the dream, isn't it? It's the dream that's not worth dreaming because I just don't see it happening. But yeah, that would be great. That would be awesome. I would very much appreciate that. Into the corner goes Rey. Nice. Face first into the middle turnbuckle goes Edge. And they are counting down as the next person is about to emerge. White light. Now it's like lights on top of the actual chamber, isn't it? Here we go. It's going to be Barrett. Look, he's desperate to get out. And he is out. Boom. Big kick goes right after Rey Mysterio. So Edge, Barrett, Rey Mysterio. Days, do you think Edge, after taking Drew's title at WrestleMania this year, should come out with not only the WWE Championship, but big gold too, as Edge truly never lost big gold? I would love it. I would love it. We was talking about it the other day, but I just don't see it. I can't see him doing it. Like, I don't really want to even be talking about it because it's not going to happen and it's going to make me sad. Because I am a big fan of the belts. It's why I started collecting the figures, was because I wanted all the different kind of little belts. So I am a big, big fan of all the different belts, but gutting that we've just got these stupid ones at the moment that just don't feel as prestigious. They're just basically straps. Straps with just very minimal plate work on. But yeah, you look at Big Gold here or the Winged Eagle, and it's just beautiful designs. Or even things like, I like the North American down in NXT at the moment, or the NXT UK belt, or the AEW Championship, which I think looks stunning. That is a great looking belt. Feels prestigious, looks awesome. They did a great job with that belt. Into the corner goes Ray. Kick to the midsection. Strike across the back of Edge. So Wade Barrett very much in control. Days, do you wish you still collected figures as much as you did before? It's tricky because I think it got too big, if I'm being honest. I think they started releasing too much. There's too many exclusives. There's too many basics, battle packs, elites. Too many like Target exclusives, Walmart exclusives, Hall of Champions, and Legends returning, and so much that it's like it gets a bit overwhelming, to be honest. Because like before you know it, there's at least 30 that you need to get a hold of. And it's like, that is serious money that you're spending then. So I think I kind of miss a more limited release schedule. I miss it being possible to get them all. I suppose it is possible to get them all, but certainly sitting here in the UK as well, where we don't get the exclusives. I haven't got Walmart and I haven't got Target. I've got the extra cost of shipping them in. So it's like not only finding them and getting them, but then trying to get them sent as well. And it's like... So I do still collect, but I'm just a lot more selective now. A lot more selective. So... But yeah, there's still tons that I want to get my hands on. Mae Young. I still haven't got a Wendy Richter. The Legends. I think it's the Legends and the belts that I want to collect. But it's just... I don't want to say it's stopped being fun, because that's not true. I still enjoy seeing what they're making. And I still enjoy collecting. But I think I'm someone that always liked... I like completing things. I'm someone that would like to try and get them all. But I think I've come to realise over these past... I think since not being able to go to the shops, in particular, since the pandemic hit, I think I've realised it's just not possible. You're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds. And it's like... But they are so good. You see things like the Io Shirai or... you know, there's some incredible ones on the way, like Ultimate Edition Fiend looks awesome. And that comes with a special belt as well. Kane is in, by the way. Kick to the midsection of Wade Barrett. Where's that Wrestling Days figure, though? Not at hand, I don't think. No, somewhere. It's somewhere. It's in this room. Somewhere. That's got to be my favourite Kane. That's got to be Kane. Days, I would make my own era, and I would call it TV 16. so that we could have death matches and swearing and freedom for the wrestlers to say and do what they like might be a risk, but anything to save the ratings. Well, I've got to be honest, I don't know if giving wrestlers the opportunity to say and do what they like is the right way forward, because I think what I've seen is a lot of, certainly in AEW, where they're given more freedom, some really bad decisions. So I don't know that wrestlers do always have the right ideas or are able to cut promos. I mean, we've seen some bad promos as well from people. So I think it would help, and it's definitely worth trying and looking at, but I'm not sure it's an instant answer. I don't know that everything's going to magically just change. I was listening to JR the other day, and JR was like, he was saying, I'm so sick and tired of people blaming creative. He's like, all I see are people having a go at creative. He's like, you do realise sometimes it is the wrestlers just not being good enough. He's like, you do realise that sometimes their performances are not where we'd want them to be, or their promos are not where we would want them to be, or they turn up and they're just not engaged. Like, they're taking the paycheck and they're just not that bothered. And so how do you get something out of those people? How do you get what you want to be fully realised when you're dealing with people that, to be honest, are just there to collect paychecks? And he's like, I'm so tired of seeing creative constantly getting bashed. When, all right, they deserve it sometimes, good chunk of the time, but not all the time. And I was like, that's really interesting. It's actually really interesting. So, yeah, JR sharing his frustrations. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's a little... I don't know how you save it. I've certainly got thoughts and things that could be done. I think that, like, the Roman story is a nice starting point. I think having it, like, where every little detail is being looked at and everything matters. I like that. That resonates with me. So I like that. I wonder if there shouldn't be, like, cliffhangers as well. They did try the cliffhanger thing, but the problem with the cliffhanger is that this is meant... Well, I say it's meant to be real. I don't know now with the supernatural stuff. But this is meant to be real, and people can get injured, and we're meant to be worried about them. This is why the supernatural stuff is so jarring to me. Like, seeing people freak out about Kyle O'Reilly and his injury and everything, but then in the same breath, people watching Alexa appearing on a rocking horse out of nowhere. It's like, it's so messed up. It's so messed up. How this one company is presenting so many different things is so messed up. I think WWE has got its fans. I think that those fans are going to stick with it because we're passionate about wrestling and about WWE because it's given us so many great memories. So I don't know that they're going to lose us, but there's no denying that slowly but surely there are people that are going, that's me done. As the ratings go from, I think they were like 2.2 million average a couple of years ago. Now we're down to 1.8. In 2 years, does it become 1.5? In 5 years, does it become 1.3? In 10 years, does it become 1 million? Do you know what I mean? For Raw. Just 1 million for Raw in 10 years. Maybe less. I don't know. I understand their right to be trying stuff. Wade Barrett and Drew working together. Clothesline. Kane going down. Feel free to share your thoughts, by the way. I'm sure you are. But what do you think? Oh! Through the pod goes Wade Barrett! Proper broke it as well. Proper broke it. That's a great spot. Drew McIntyre hurls Wade Barrett through the pod. That would be a good match, wouldn't it? If Wade Barrett could come back and do something against Drew. Imagine that. Imagine if, like, Drew needs an opponent for Mania and Wade Barrett answers the call. Maybe Mania would be too big for that match. I don't know, but I'd love to see it. A lot of history there. Drew in there with Edge. Lovely snap suplex. I missed the old chamber, but I do get why they changed it, says James Chadwick. JS17 says, Days, what I'm saying is if someone can't cut a promo such as Braun, I would get someone like Edge or HBK to help with it, or Legends to help with the wrestling. I would even pay Brock more to appear. Heather says, I'm still waiting on my Hangman, but it keeps getting delayed because of the snowstorms. Well, it'll be good when it arrives. There's some really good Jazzwares AEW figures on the way, and some horrific ones as well, like the Pack, which looks bad, and I think Rio looked bad as well. Big Show, still in his pod. Clay says, Days, I think Cesaro will win the Elimination Chamber, but will lose to Roman because of Jey Uso. Big strike to the back. Nice basement drop kick by Ray, who goes against the ropes. He's got Kane in position. Kane moves out the way. Big clothesline. Down goes Ray. Big boot. Down goes Edge. He's got Ray in. Oh! Ray always does that spot so well, doesn't he? Where he gets thrown into the ring post. He always does that spot so well. Shoulder first into the ring post. Kane now dumping Drew onto Wade Barrett. Big kick. He goes down. Edge goes down. Hard-hitting match, man. If you are just joining us, we are... I don't even know how long we've been watching. 2 hours, 6 minutes. So that means there's, 2 hours, 20 left? 2 hours, 20 left. That's not bad. That's not bad. I kind of thought this stream would be all right because we normally stream for 4 hours for Raw. So we normally do an hour before and then Raw is 3 hours long. So I kind of thought it would, it'd be all right. We can do it. I mean, we do much longer streams for like UFC. So I was kind of like, and plus what with this being the best of, I kind of felt like it was going to go quite quick. I think it has. I mean, I'd had no idea we'd been streaming like 2 hours, 7 minutes already. So, yeah, if you are just joining us, that's where we are on the best of Elimination Chamber. And it's kind of a chilled stream. We've been having some really interesting conversations about where wrestling is, where it might be heading, what it's going to be like when fans come back. Big Show is out and he's grabbed Wade Barrett. Oh, Wade Barrett again goes into a pod. Poor Wade Barrett. No wonder he doesn't wrestle anymore. Look at how he was treated. Big chops raining down. Wade Barrett's arm is caught in the chamber as Big Show is really laying in these strikes. And again, he's got Barrett, hurls him into the side of the chamber. Barrett flops into the ring. Big Show going after him. Boom. Knockout punch. Barrett goes down. Big Show going for the pin. Rey Mysterio is on top of one of the pods. Rey Mysterio is on top of one of the pods. Look at this. Kane is going up top as well. Kane on the top rope. Ah, big clothesline. Big Show goes down. Edge is climbing up. Edge. Elbow drop. Edge going for the cover. 2. Massive kick out by Big Show. You can see that Rey is just waiting for the right moment. Rey is on top of one of his... He's getting there. He's getting there. He's starting to get to a place where he's like, I can do something here. Is he going to start climbing? Mysterio. Ah! Seated senton from the top on top of Big Show. Big Show kicks out. Very cool. Daze, what do you think of the one-winged angel and Kenny as a whole? Asks High Flyer. I like the one-winged. I think it's a very good finishing move. I like how protected it's been over the years. Kind of feels like when he hits it, that is going to be it. And I remember it being a big part of the Omega Okada matches, that he was never able to hit it and what would happen when he did. And then we found out what would happen when he did. And, you know, it all kind of played into the story of the matches. So the one-winged angel is a very important move. And one that was protected and was made to feel like it mattered. So I respect it. I like it. And I think it's a cool looking move as well. So I like it. And Kenny, I think, is someone that is doing his best work in AEW right now. I think Don Callis was everything he needed. It was everything that he needed. Maybe the heel turn as well. So turning heel, getting Don Callis. I think the work he's doing right now is the best he's done in AEW. This feels like we're getting back to Kenny in New Japan. And I don't think we were anywhere near that for a long time. He was still putting on all right matches, but heel turn, his, you know, the kind of seeing him read that like Young Bucks book to the kids. I didn't quite understand that segment, but there was still some nice moments. Especially when the kid was like, are they in love? And Kenny was like, well, certainly looking at the cover, it looks like they are, yes. And there's just a couple of little, and the painting of him and Don being half naked, and there's just loads of little things like that that are just nice moments that I think make him, his character fun. Great wrestler. But I don't think he's been hitting the heights that he should have in AEW. But yeah, good. I like him. Love to see him in WWE, but I fear that will never happen. Against the ropes goes Ray. Nice knee strike. Ray off the middle rope, but gets caught by Kane. Kane picks him up. Oh, reversed. Kane is in position. 619. Connects. Went for another seated senton. Couldn't get it. Spear by Edge. Edge goes to pin Kane. And he gets it. So we are down to 2. I'm agreed, Days. I'm so tired of supernatural stuff. I'm fearing that Tian Sha storyline is going to go down that road. Yeah. I'm a bit worried about that. I really love that Tian Sha thing. Think she looks cool. There's been a few minor missteps. A few little things that I would definitely change with the story. But by and large, I think Xia Li feels like a big deal now. Tian Sha, I think, will wrestle eventually. And when she does, she's going to feel like a massive deal. So, yeah, I'm still on board with it. I'm still excited by it, and I'm still on board. Loved the animation thing. That was great. The animation they did for that Tian Sha thing. Days, are you still going to do toy hunts? Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm still collecting figures. Let's not get that wrong. It's just, am I spending thousands and thousands of pounds on figures anymore? I'm not. Not doing toy hunts meant I wasn't getting the figures, and I don't like buying them online. I understand there's some I'm going to have to do that for, and there's definitely figures I am going to do that for. But I don't know. I think the forced break, being in a pandemic, has kind of, don't know, changed my perspective on a few things, you know. It's kind of like, it's a lot of money to spend on something that you just display in the corner. And I love having them, and I love looking at them, and they do bring me joy. And so that's why I will continue collecting. But I am definitely more selective now with what I get. Definitely more selective now. And obviously, you know, I think the other thing was that the channel was being driven by figures. So it's kind of like I was talking about them, and as I was talking about them, I wanted to review them, I wanted to get them, and so the channel was fueling that. And as the channel has moved over to like watch-alongs now, it doesn't fuel the need to get figures as much. So I think that's been a big change, is the fact that I've been stuck indoors. I've had to find a new way of, you know, keeping the channel going. And it's increased the watch-alongs, and so it's built our community, and do you know what I mean? Like, brilliant stuff has come out of it. But Edge went for a spear, couldn't quite get it. Rey Mysterio going for the pin. I believe the World Championship is on the line in this chamber. World Champion Edge. And we are down to Edge and Rey Mysterio. JS says, Days, I think Raw is going through a rough patch, but if you look at late 2018, they were at these numbers, and I would argue that the Raws were even worse, and a year later they were back to 2 million. I can see that happening again. Yeah, I can see them going to 2 million again when we get fans back. So yeah, I agree with that. The worrying concern though is if you actually look big picture and look like since the Attitude Era, Raw has consistently been doing that. It might not be a straight line where, you know, you get a bit of a, but the end result is still it's doing that. So even though it might get back to 2 million, I still fear that in a couple of years time it won't be 2 million, it'll be 1.8. And as I said, in 10 years do we get to 1 million? Is it even 10 years? So the overall trend is a downward one. But the argument has always been that people consume wrestling in different ways. Do you know what I mean? Like they'll watch YouTube, or they'll watch it on catch-up, or they'll watch the network, and that could be true. That could be true. But there's no denying that those TV deals are a big, big revenue generator. The biggest revenue generator. So if people are consuming things in different ways, how are WWE going to generate that revenue? Because if you take the TV deals away, and eventually you would have to think they will decrease in size as the networks start to go. I mean, we are looking at TV networks closing down in the future because this isn't sustainable. If people are watching Netflix and YouTube and Disney Plus and Amazon Prime and all these different streaming services and DVRing things and all of this kind of stuff, how can all of these TV networks survive as well? It's just not sustainable. So there is a concern of what will happen to WWE's TV money. And what effect does that have on WWE? Against the ropes goes Rey. He went for the 619, got caught by Edge. Edge putting on like a sharpshooter variation. He's got it over his knee, just didn't step over. Jim Cornette was asked a question recently that was quite interesting. Jim Cornette was asked, do you ever see Vince selling WWE? And his answer was, not unless he's in a medically induced coma. Like, there is no way that he would sell it. There's real drama here, you know. Rey almost getting the 3. But he went on to say that maybe he would if he got a crazy offer. Maybe if it was like 5 billion, then he would do it. But and he said, how much did UFC for? And UFC went for 4 billion. So he went, maybe if it was $4 billion and $1, so he could say it went for more than the UFC, then he might be tempted. And got to say, man, if I was Vince, I would be really thinking about it. I'd be really thinking about it. Because you look at the spear by Edge, you look at the TV money potentially not being there. Kick out by Ray. This is insane. Yeah, you look at like the ratings doing that. You look at the TV money potentially not being there in the future as well. You look at kids growing up today that, I don't know, are they choosing wrestling? Are they choosing UFC? Are they choosing gaming? I mean, don't forget, gaming wasn't a thing back in the day. Like, you had home consoles, but people weren't making careers out of streaming them playing games. Like, are kids growing up now not watching wrestling, but instead watching Dr. Disrespect? That's competition for WWE. People watching people streaming games is competition for WWE. Kick out by Edge again. I've got to watch this because this is insane. People are on their feet. It's absolute scenes. It really shows that Elimination Chamber can create such wonderful drama. No wonder this is on the best of. This is awesome, is the chant. Michael Cole says, this has been a classic. Edge is in position against the ropes. Goes Ray. Boom. Ray connects. Edge goes down. Ray starting to climb up. Oh, spear midair. Spear midair. And that's all she wrote. That is all she wrote. Brilliant. Brilliant. Really, really good. The chamber match itself was fine, but it's when you get down to that final two. Really good. And there should be some real drama this year on Sunday because, of course, the championship's being defended. So, you know, I would imagine Drew will be one of the final two, but I hope it's not Drew and Orton and then The Fiend arrives, because then we'll be robbed, won't we, of that drama. I'd rather Orton gets taken out early in Elimination Chamber and then we get down to Drew and someone and we get that kind of a moment. I hope we get that. Because honestly, when you get down to like the final two, the drama is so good. Really good. Useless Kid says, can we get a room tour? There is a video that does a room tour. There's not really much to tour, if I'm being perfectly honest. There's, in front of me, a bar. But it's not... It's very messy. It's got, like, just loads of stuff on it, like junk on it. Little statues and pots and a game of Cluedo, or Clue, as you call it in America. It's a box of Quality Street, some Twiglets, a box for some... I don't even know what it is. I think it's a bracket, a box for a bracket. It's just like loads of rubbish on it. But it is like a bar, and it does have some pumps for you to do draft, but we haven't got any beer connected to it. And then over there, I've got CDs and DVDs. TV in front of me. And then the corner with all the figures. So I think there is a video that looks at that. That is a room tour. Right. We've moved on. We've moved on. We've got JoJo doing her announcing. And it is the new style chamber. So I think, is this the first ever women's one? If so, this is 2018. I think it's 2018. Dun 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 dun. First Women's Elimination Chamber, 25th of February, 2018. So, Alexa Bliss, Raw Women's Champion at this time, and this is for her Raw Women's Championship, and you can see she looks thrilled. She looks thrilled that she's going to have to defend it inside the Elimination Chamber. Still cool, though, isn't it? First ever Women's Elimination Chamber. Always loved it when she did that as well. And she held the title at the side. That was always cool. Days, when do you think Roman will turn face or change his gimmick? If so, do you think he'll go back to his old style? He might. I don't think he'll go back to the big dog and all of that. No, I think we're done. He might go back to the Shield at some point. I could see him going back face to be for a Shield, him and Seth. But honestly, I think it's such a big deal that he's turned heel. You can't turn him back anytime soon. He is going to be heel for the next few years, at least. And so he should be, because he is killing it. Here comes Sasha. It's not out the way.
Luke's World.
There's no
is a
yes,
legend.
yes, y'all.
They donated £1.99 via a super chat. I'm coming to Day's house if he gets the beers in.
Shout out to you. The beers are in. We've always got a supply of beers. It's funny because I'm not that big of a drinker. I'm not a big drinker at all, actually. But I do like the odd drink every now and again. So we've actually got a fridge, like one, one of them kind of sliding fridges that you can put like drinks into. There's a sliding fridge behind the bar that's fully stocked. Like always got lagers in there, beers and stuff like that. So yeah, we've always got a supply of beers. Every good house should have a permanent supply of beers. But honestly, they've been there since Christmas. Do you know what I mean? I just don't drink them. Just don't drink that much. I don't really get time. I never really get a chance to sit down and have a drink. Plus, I think, like, honestly, drinking on your own at home, it's not a good look. I think drinking's more of a social thing, but I've done plenty of drinking at home on my own. Too much. Certainly when I was down in Southampton, do you know what I mean? Like, I would finish work, get back, and it's like, oh, you've had a rough day. You just want to relax. Like, I was having a good few drinks then. But, like, man, sitting here chatting with you guys, watching wrestling, living the dream. So whenever I finish a stream, I don't feel like, oh, I need a drink. So Mickie James has come down. Great seeing her in this match. Lovely ring attire as well, like proper Wonder Woman vibes. So we got Mickie James, we got Alexa, we've got Absolution. Look at this. This is a blast from the past. Paige coming out with Sonya Deville and Mandy Rose. Oh. I forgot they came out to her music. It's good music. It's really good music, actually. I love Paige's music. It's good music. Could be the intro to like Raw or SmackDown, couldn't it? Sounds like intro music to a show. So, Alexa, Sasha, Sonya Deville, Mandy Rose, Sonya in white. Again, just proving my point. White pops. She looks great in white. Mickey James in there as well. Harley said Roman at Elimination Chamber will beat whoever he faces, and after that he cuts a promo and says, I will make Edge choose me, Paul. Gives Roman big gold and says Roman is the title he never lost. Days, will you be a WWE superstar? Sadly not. Landon's plays. Maybe if I was young, a young 21-year-old starting out now. We spoke about this earlier. I would be tempted to give it a go, but no, sadly not. Daniel says, I know this isn't about WWE, but we are actually going to see Leon Rocky Edwards back in action, hopefully. Are we actually? Yeah, I believe so. I believe so. Ah, the old Bailey music. Old Bailey. She probably won't appreciate being called that. Old Bailey making her way down. Here she is, look. Celebration. Give me some more. Little did we know the horrific person that lived inside her. The heel that was just waiting to come out. Here she is, look. Hey, kids. Hey, everyone. Wacky inflatable people. Hair in a ponytail. Looking like that JoJo Siwa. Such a change. And Bailey's a great character, though, with the wacky inflatable people and everything. It's a good gimmick. It's a good gimmick. It's awful music. It's like proper Euro trash music, isn't it? The vocals have got like a robotic sound effect on. Every nation. It's like something the Venga Boys would make. I swear, if it turned out the Venga Boys made Bailey's old music, I'd be like, that totally makes sense. Fancy that. Two traitors are going to start it off. So we've got Bailey, we've got Sonya. Two traitors. Start off the first ever women's Elimination Chamber. Sonya Deville should feel at home inside a cage. She's got MMA training. Michael Cole said, so the first few minutes of this match are going to be get the nerves under control. The Vengabus. Let the first ever women's Elimination Chamber match begin. Such a shame we're not getting one this year. It is a real shame we're not getting one this year. Certainly is. We still don't know who's going to face Asuka. I mean, I'm guessing Bianca will face Sasha. So, who's going to face Asuka at WrestleMania? I'm sure that may get answered very, very soon. We still don't even know who's facing her on Sunday, in all fairness. It's like a CBBC TV show intro music, says someone else. Days, have you ever been to the USA? I've been to the USA a few times, yeah. Fortunate enough to go to Florida about, 5 times. Maybe even more, honestly. I've been loads. I went through a phase of when I was working. When I first started working, because I didn't know what I wanted to be when I was younger, and that I've said it before, if there's one tip I can give to kids or youngsters watching, really figure out what you want to be when you're older. Really figure that out. I know, like, people tell it you all the time, and you go, yeah, cool. And then you put it off and you don't really think about it. It's probably the biggest regret of my life, is not really working out what I wanted to be. Because it meant then that, like, I didn't know what I was working towards. and I didn't know what qualifications I needed because I didn't know what I was going to do. And the end result was I left school and I went into retail because I needed a job. But I loved it. I loved it. And I really worked hard and I did really well at it. And it was good. And I wouldn't change anything, in all fairness. I'm really pleased with like how everything went. I loved it. I really met some great people. But what was so cool was I met great people. So great that we went on holiday. Like, I went on holiday with friends from work. It was a nightmare trying to get the time off work at the same time. But, yeah, and we would go to Florida. So I went to Florida with them like 3 times. I've been a couple of times with my folks. And I've been to New York as well.
Mr. KW is a legend. They donated $5 Canadian via a super chat. Days, who are your predictions for this Sunday's chamber matches?
I did my predictions on the Wrestling Escape Pod. Have I got them written down? I can't remember. You know, I did write them down. I don't know if they're to hand right now. I don't want to tell you different to what I said on there, but I don't have them to hand, so I don't know. My predictions are I don't know because I've written them down and then I've managed to lose them. So I need to try and find them. I'm pretty sure I said Daniel Bryan would face Roman, but Roman would win. I think Naomi might face Asuka. Asuka wins. I think Lashley retains. Can't remember what else. Was that everything? It's 5 matches, isn't there? It's probably one I'm forgetting, but I can't remember. But I do think it's quite exciting. I do think Sunday looks quite good. Days, what I would do is put Raw Smackdown on the network, and I would have a free version. It's just YouTube and $10.99. $20.99 is where you would also get weekly shows with the ads. The only problem with that is you're only then going to reach the people that have got the network or the people that really want to watch wrestling. Like, you're losing all the casuals, all the people that are just flicking through the channels or are like, should we watch the wrestling tonight, and can just put it on. Maybe, I don't know how you do it. Maybe they'd have to start their own TV channel. And then if you wanted to watch it and you was flicking through the channels, you would still come across it or something. I don't know. They could easily have their own TV channel, couldn't they? Easily. But I don't know what the cost of that would... Rather than being paid money to have your shows on a network, you're now having to pay to create a network. So it... I don't know. I think it's such a headache that this is where Vince might... Do you know what I mean? If someone offers him a good few billion... Might be time. You talked yesterday about gimmicks that work better in NXT. This Bailey is a great example, says Andros Hunter. Yeah. Didn't connect, did it? I said that I thought she was going to go on to be like one of the big stars, like a Roman. I really did. And like here, she's getting mad support. So, I mean, she did get the support, but she just couldn't. I don't know why. I can't answer it. I don't know why people were booing her. She was starting to get booed. People got tired of it. Back elbow by Bailey. She's got fire and desire that she's having to deal with. Both Mandy and Sonya inside this Elimination Chamber now. Can I just say, what the hell is Bailey's attire? One half looks like some of the Bucks were wearing yesterday. They were wearing like that black with splattered colours. I don't mind that. I like that. And then the one leg is like orange. Big spear there by Sonya Deville. Huge spear. Bailey's head bounces off the mat. It was big. It was a big spear, this. Oh, it's a big takedown. Like, Bailey's head really does bounce off that mat. Good job the mat's there. Although, Austin, we wish it wasn't. Into the edge of the chamber goes Bailey, repeatedly being driven by Sonya and Mandy. Mr. KW, shout out to
Mr.
you.
KW is a legend. They donated $2 Canadian via a super chat. Days do watch along for Return of the Living Dead.
That would be a strange watch along, wouldn't it? That would be a weird one. Although we have done weird ones. Who knows? As we get closer to Halloween. But I gotta be honest, we'll probably just do a Halloween Havoc. I think that's what we did this year, wasn't it? I do like horror films, though. I haven't seen one in a little while, so I probably am due. They've never done a women's championship ladder match at WrestleMania. They should do that with Asuka. They could do Asuka, Naomi, Alexa, Charlotte, Shayna, and Rhea. Oh, you know the lights would go out. They'd come back on, and Alexa, like 2 seconds later, not even that, would be at the top with the belt. Do you know what I mean? Lights would go off. They'd come back on, and Alexa's on the entranceway with the title. That's how that match would finish. But yeah, I'd like to see a ladder match. I would like to see a women's ladder match at WrestleMania. I feel like we are going to get one soon with a belt. I feel like it might be the IC title, though, but could be the women's. They've got Bailey again in the chamber. Her arms are wrapped in the chamber as Mandy Rose and Sonya Deville are firing shots in. Nasty strike to the midsection. Who is the most famous wrestler you've ever met? That's a good one for the chat. Who is the most famous wrestler that you've ever met? The chat can answer that. Here we go. Next countdown. So Bailey is slumped against the cage. Whoever it is, it's a big name. Alexa, Sasha, Mickey, and it's Sasha. Sasha Banks coming out, helping Bailey, her partner. They were Boston Hug Connection, weren't they? Sasha Banks unloading on Mandy Rose right now. Mandy going face first into the chamber. Absolutely unloading. I've met Becky. That's cool. That's very cool. Sting, says John. XFL has met Bret Hart. Come on, Sasha. The Rock. Summer has met The Rock. Misty has met AJ. Future Compilations has met Gilbert. That is awesome. Harley said, the stipulation for Revolution was so over the top, I almost died of laughter. Exploding barbed wire. I still don't get it. I still don't get it. Barbed wire that just spontaneously explodes. An exploding barbed wire match. It's wild. Austin says, I've never met a wrestler. And I bet every single wrestler is relieved about that fact. Edge and Christian. That's cool. I was so close to meeting Moxley, and I got even closer to meeting Mick Foley. Just a 2 count for Sasha. So time-wise, we are 2 hours 44. This is 4 hours 27. That means there's actually only, hour and a half left? Hour and a half left? Maybe a little bit more than that?
Mr. KW is a legend. They donated $2 Canadian via a super chat. I met Chris Jericho. We're both Winnipeg boys.
Oh, that's very cool. That's very cool. Chris Jericho's a really cool person to meet. Who's the most famous that I've ever met? I've met Daniel Bryan. I've met Honky Tonk Man and Demolition. I've met Natalia. I've met Tyler Bate. I've met Cesaro and Braun. William Regal. That might be it. That might be it. I've never met like Hogan or Stone Cold or Rock or Shawn or never met any of them. So, I don't know. Out of that list, Daniel Bryan? Daniel Bryan might be the most famous that I've met. I've met Billie Kay. Oh, I'd love to meet Billie Kay. I would love to meet Billie Kay. She is funny. I still want her flipping resume. Jericho is now obsessed with ratings. Oh, I never saw the ratings for yesterday, actually. Have they come out? I wondered how NXT had done following a very good takeover. Let's have a look. Bryan Alvarez. Oh, Mandy planting Sasha. Let's have a look and see. 3 hours ago, the ratings came out. And I can tell you that it was a good week for NXT. They didn't win. But I'm not sure too many people expect them to win now. But it was NXT 713, AEW 747. So, there we go. AEW 747 and NXT 713. That still only means that 1.4 million watch on a Wednesday, which is still 400,000 lower than Raw if you add them together. Mandy Rose has gone. Mickie James and Alexa. And we are down to Mickie James coming in. Tune in on Sunday for an epic action-packed, full-on action-packed. And I swear it will be action-packed. Buy it now and you can see this action-packed, exploding, barbed wire death match. Planet Dan says, I've never met one, but Roman came down my aisle when I saw him live in Newcastle, and John Cena follows me on Twitter. What do you mean, Planet Dan? Roman came down your aisle? What does that mean? Like how Ric Flair came down Lacey Evans' aisle? What do you mean? Andres says, I've only met Charles Robinson. That's still very cool. Views with AEW and NXT. Yeah, I think good. That's good for NXT to get over 700,000. Anything that can get him to that level is positive. So, a shame though that, I mean, the only thing I would say is Undisputed Era splitting is the biggest thing you can do. Or certainly one of, unless you're going to bring in CM Punk. So, the fact that happened on Sunday and the following episode they get 713,000, it's good. But I think they would have wanted a bit more. Nice head scissor takedown by Mickie James on Sonya. Meaning Roman came down the stairs when he was sitting in the seat. When he used... Oh, right. Got ya. Honestly, if I'm being serious, I thought you meant that you was in a shop. I thought you meant you was in a shop and he came down the aisle that you was in. Because I was like, what? I wanted to find out, seriously, what shop you was in. And I wanted to find out what he was buying. It's like, dude, was you in like Asda or Morrison's, and Roman Reigns came down the same aisle that you was in. That's what I was thinking. Thought you was in a supermarket or something. I didn't, for some reason my brain didn't go. He meant the arena. He meant the aisle that he always walked down. That's cool though. That's really cool. Mickie James on top of one of the pods. She is loving it. Look, she's like, yeah, what's that? Oh, comes crashing down. Gets the pin. Do you think it's a bravery thing? Why don't they do crossbodies? Why is everyone doing like seated sentons, double knees, meteoras off the top? Why you're not seeing like big crossbodies off the top of there? It's not. It is high, but it's not that much higher than the top turnbuckle. Bayley to Bayley has eliminated Mickie James. Mickie James has gone. Alexa's concerned. They were hanging out around that time, weren't they? Yeah, this is gonna suck, isn't it? Because now Alexa is gonna have to deal with Sasha and Bayley, and Alexa's like, no, she doesn't want to. She doesn't like the look of this situation. So we've got Bayley, Sasha. Alexa's not even in this match. I think there's a "We Want Mickie" chant. Well, there we go. I met Miz and Natalia at a sign-in at Smith's before a house show in Sheffield. Natty was adorable and so friendly. Miz looked bored. Right. Siran, shout out to you. Planet Dan says, it was Aldi. He's a big fan of their bargains. Lidl. He's the bargain chief. Right, the countdown has concluded and Alexa has closed the door. So Alexa has closed the door. She jumps out the other side. She's trying to climb up. She manages to kick Sasha down, and Alexa has climbed up onto the top. Bayley's kind of climbing after her, and although it's turned into like, isn't it Street Fighter where Vega climbs up the side and then he jumps off? It's turned into that. Bayley is on top of one pod. Sasha is on top of the other pod. Alexa is in the middle. She's starting to climb down. Bayley and Sasha, look, all three women are just on the side of the chamber. Now she's climbing back up again. So they're chasing after her. Fun fact, this match goes for 5 hours, and it is literally just Alexa running away from Bayley and Sasha. Another 5 hours of this, guys. So here we go. We're on top. Daze, what is your favourite action figure? I don't know. Well, it's hard to answer because I've got lots of favourites. Oh, Bayley goes down. Sasha turned on Bayley. Not for the first time or the last. I do like the defining moments Hogan, and I love the Bruno Sammartino. The Asuka figure as well is great. There's loads. Honestly, there's loads. It's so hard to pin it down to like one. What is your absolute favorite? I think the best is the Finn Balor Ultimate Edition. But I do think the forthcoming Fiend looks good as well. I mean, better than good. Just incredible. Big strike by Alexa. So this is really helping Alexa. The fact that Sasha and Bayley turned on each other. Or Sasha turned on Bayley, I should say. Sasha versus Bayley in 2018 was a great feud, says Mustafa. Patrick O'Neill, shout out to you. Says, I have only met Gangrel twice at an event in my hometown. Still cool, though. Lots of people that haven't met anyone. So, not bad. Not bad at all. Hour and a half left on the stream. Yep. Hour and a half. We'll soon be into the final hour. Kick out by Bayley. This is normally where we'd be finishing the stream, isn't it? So what we're sneaking into now is the bonus extra footage. This is like an extended edition. Right, Bayley back up onto her feet. Forearm strikes to Alexa, who's in the corner. Every woman for themselves. That has been shown because Sasha driving Bayley in the corner. Seems like a weird time for Sasha to turn on Bayley. Upside down in the corner. Tree of Woe and Bayley firing in some kicks. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Vince. I met Bret Hart at a sign-in. That's cool. I could have met Bret Hart. He was at a fan convention. Looking forward to them coming back, actually. I've missed them. You know, like Comic Cons and things like that. There's, not that I go dressed up as anyone. I just go as myself. But, I do enjoy going around the stalls and looking at like the old figures and you know, just like pop culture stuff. You can get like old Turtles figures, old Ghostbusters figures, old wrestling figures, and they have some wacky stuff at like Comic Cons. I miss that. I'd love to go to one of them. And I will. I'm sure I will. I said as soon as things start opening up, like the internet might as well just close down. Everyone's going to go to Comic Cons and sports events and concerts and restaurants and see family and see friends and just go to the airport because they can. Not that they're getting a flight, just because they can. Just so they can look at planes taking off. Just go to hospitals and shake the hands of all the nurses. You. Oh, thanks. Just go to where the vaccines are all made and just applaud outside. Like this. You're all heroes. So, yeah, people are not going to be on the internet when the world reopens. And there were some good signs today that might be soon for the UK. Can't come soon enough. Days, look at this dream match. AJ Styles, Finn Balor and Cole versus Kenny and the Good Brothers versus Jay White, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa. It's Bullet Club versus Bullet Club versus Bullet Club. Very good. Bayley's eliminated. Bayley is eliminated by Alexa Bliss. For myself, I thought about it a lot. Went the MMA direction. Never really captured anyone's attention. Never been with a good promoter. Just another grain-fed brawler choking out Pretty Boy Floyd's. William Hensey, hope you are well. Alex says, my most fondest moment from a house show was seeing Triple H team with Seth and Dean at Butlins in 2017. That's cool. Also got to have one of the Barricade covers from that tour. That's really cool. For those people that don't know what Butlin America, but it's like a campsite that's, but it's not like tents or anything. They're like chalets. They're like kind of hotel rooms, kind of. I think there's on-site caravans you can stay in as well. So I think there's a few different things you can stay in. And then there's like a big entertainment complex, big food area that you can get food from. There's like Burger King there and McDonald's and all this kind of stuff. But I think there's a big canteen as well. But then there's like a cinema and games area and a bar, and they put on like entertainment. And one of the things they managed to get is WWE stop off there. So it's kind of cool. It's a nice just getaway, Butlins. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like this own world within itself. I should imagine there are those kinds of things in America. But yeah, Butlins is very famous. And they've got several sites in the UK. Dare I say a little bit aged now? It's kind of like it was super popular in like the 60s and 70s when going abroad wasn't really, you know, the done thing. Not as many people were going abroad. So people would go to Butlins in the UK instead. Right, Alexa climbing up top of the pod. Bailey has been eliminated. We are down to Alexa and Sasha. I think we got 2 more chambers. 2 more chambers after this. And we're not that far away from the end of this one. Oh, it's a good spot. Twisted Bliss. Sasha Banks, though, into the bank statement. She rolls into the ring with Alexa pulling back. Alexa in trouble. Sasha off the ropes. Alexa drives Sasha back into the corner. And again. Alexa charges over. Big boot. Alexa goes down. Defo coming back. Chamber. Fried. Alexa Bliss. Twisted Bliss into a bank statement. Good spot. It was a good spot. Sasha is climbing up. Alexa is down. So I think we've got a women's tag chamber and a men's tag chamber. One from, I don't know when the women's is from. 2019? 2015 for the men's. Oh, nasty! DDT off the top. Yeah, that had to be the finish. That was awful. Alexa Bliss wins. DDT to Sasha. Alexa Bliss manages to somehow retain. Dun dun. I hope the Fiend doesn't cause Randy to lose the match, says Robert. Dun dun dun. Bailey with a Bailey to belly on Sasha. Yes, Bliss. I don't know what one it is next. It might be the women's tag next. But yeah, that was a really good spot. Twisted Bliss into a bank statement. It's a good spot. They've picked some really good elimination chambers for this, haven't they? Love it when Days says awful. Well, Days has just lost the clock. Ah, look, here we go. Renee Young, yay! Renee Young with the sparkly jacket. She looks like she's about to host The Price is Right. This victory means everything to me. Boo-hoo-hoo. In fairness, it was the first. She's not just crying because she's won. It is the first. It is history. Herstory. It's herstory. I'll give her that. You deserve it. This victory is for every little girl. This victory is for all of you. This proves that you can be whatever you want to be. Dare to dream. Dream big. I'm waiting for the twist. Yay! I want that Alexa back! I want that Alexa! Dream big, everyone! Dream big! But as I look around, what I realise is none of you are going to achieve your dreams! Ah! The odds were against me. I still won. None of you believed I could win. But guess what? I did it. Brilliant. There's only one true goddess in WWE. It's so good. She lays it on so thick. All the little girls out there daring to... This is for you. Very good. That's when there is a Best of Alexa DVD, that needs to be on it. I don't know why Sasha has stayed. Why has Sasha stayed? Smile on the face of Alexa. Right, here we go. Connor Horn, shout out to you. We're going forward a year. Women's Tag Team Championship Elimination Chamber. This wasn't... Was this how the first champions got decided? Yes, it was. The winners will be the first ever. Oh, I forgot that. I totally forgot the first champs were decided in Elimination Chamber. Yes. Diamonds on money. 'Cause I'm fabulous. Capiche? I liked her entrance music. She probably did need a change, but... And here's her partner. Feel the glow. Hey, Zin. Do you remember when she had the helmet that used to light up? That was sick. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You've never seen nothing like me. You've never seen nothing like me. I don't think the ring attire is glowing quite like they were hoping. Although that sign is. Fair play. That person's got a glow-in-the-dark sign. Feel the glow. I'm amazing. That person's sign glows in the dark more than their ring attire. That's very disappointing. Because I'm sure you would only wear that colour ring attire for it to like properly pop in the dark, properly glow. It doesn't. For the NXT rating, they could make that Triple H go to Raw and SmackDown, and the roster are in the ring and try to convince people like Ricochet to walk out. What, try and get Ricochet and Samoa Joe into NXT? We've got Beth Phoenix, we've got Renee Young on commentary, and we've got the Riot Squad making their way down, and the Riot Squad being Liv Morgan and Sarah Logan. Liv Morgan and Sarah Logan making their way down. Gorilla Press, shout out to you. Dun, dun, dun. Iconics are in this, yeah? Iconics are in this. Iconic. Oh, 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 oh. Yes. Looking forward to that.
Gorilla Press is a legend.
Billy Kay in
they
there.
donated $5 via a super chat.
Oh, she didn't read it. She didn't read it. Crying, laughing face. 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 I read it for you. Ah, ah, ah. Iconics. What? Billy Kay, man. What does she wear? Looks like her ring attire is trying to choke her. Looks like he's trying to swallow her whole. Like this thing that comes up here and goes all round. Never understood that. Very frilly, isn't it? The ring attire's awful. Okay, Billy Kay, Peyton Royce are inside. Little bit of shade being thrown at all the all the people that are in. They're going into their pod. Right, they're in. Billy Kay without her resume. Yeah, the resume was still being compiled at this point. We weren't quite there, were we? Oh, my hole, and Tamina making their way down. They could make them a good tag team, couldn't they? Could be like a modern day Natural Disasters. Nia's a wrestling disaster. The Wrestling Disasters. That's what they could call them. Nia Jax, Tamina, the Wrestling Disasters. The absolute disasters. The absolute disasters. Poor Tamina having to come down to Nia's music. Days, what main things WWE could build up at Fastlane? Not going to know that until we get past Elimination Chamber, to be honest, but we need to find some opponents for these champions. But can't sit here and say that until we know what's going to happen with like Asuka, or who Edge is choosing, or who Bianca's choosing. So it's still quite an interesting road, and there's still lots of different ways that they can go. But I think we'll get a much better idea after Sunday. Tamina and Nia are in the final pod. All right, Sonya Deville coming out. So here's Sonya Deville. Mandy. And this weird look. Look, Mandy Rose was doing 8K before 8K was popular. Mandy Rose has been doing this from the start. Look at all these people jumping onto the Mandy Rose bandwagon. Mandy. She's been doing that 8K camera stuff since the beginning. Since you was in diapers. She's the originator, Mandy Rose. Mandy 8K Rose. She had that camera way before it was cool. And now you see it everywhere. It was at the Super Bowl. It's in UFC. I do like her music, man. I've always liked her music. It's got a really good kind of vibe to it. Yeah. And I could just imagine someone dropping like a rap on top of it. It's good backing track. It's nice. I've always liked her music. Sasha Banks. Don't put none out the way. Boss and Hug. You see that guy then? He had a little camera. He had a little camera phone. He was like, he was loving it. Oh, man, she's still, what year is this? 2019. She still hasn't changed. What's going on, Bailey? Dun, 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 dun. The wacky inflatables are still around. Well, it can't be much longer after this, can it? This is 2019. I mean, throughout all of 2020, she was heel. Was it? I don't know when she does it. When she takes the axe. It's a good sign as well, isn't it? Boss and Hug sign there by that guy. That's a class sign. I wouldn't get in the ring with Nia and Tamina. Unfortunately, as of 2019, Butlins and WWE seemingly split. They didn't announce one for 2019. I think it's due to the UK market not being what it used to be. Wow. I don't know. I don't know if it was a one-off that they didn't do it, or I can't say I heard anything about that. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what it looks like when they come back. There ain't no stopping us now. Let's celebrate on the floor. The what does that mean? Let's celebrate on the floor. Woo! Yeah, this can't take long. We've got two chambers left, and we're getting to the point where there's like an hour left. There's an hour and 10 minutes. So that means that one's going to take half an hour and the other's going to take about 40 minutes. Days, I think the reason the women aren't getting one this year is because the old chamber is returning. What do you mean? The old circle chamber's returning. I don't think it is. It was bigger, and like, why would they bring that one back? Aren't they just sexist? I think they're just sexist. Let's put it down to that. Non-PG day. Excuse me. I'm always PG. I always use PG words. This is PG days. Nice crossbody by Sasha. Takes out Fire and Desire. Breakdancing on the floor. There ain't no stopping us now. Breakdancing on the floor. That doesn't work. There ain't no stopping us now. So celebrate. No, it is so. It's not. There ain't no stopping us now. So breakdance on the floor. There ain't no stopping us now. So breakdance on the floor. No. There ain't no stopping us now, so celebrate on the floor. I swear it's that. So celebrate on the floor. In my mind, there's someone lying on the floor going, "You're not stopping me now! Woo!" Celebrate on the floor. Why have you got to be on the floor? There ain't no stopping us now, so celebrate where you want. That's better, isn't it? Celebrate wherever you want. Just go wherever you want. Wherever you're happiest. Go round a family's house. Go to a church. Do you know what I mean? On a boat. Whatever you want to do. So, we're starting with Bayley and Sasha against Sonya and Mandy. Breakdance is good. Breakdancing's fine, but I don't know that is part of the original composition. It's we celebrate on the floor. We celebrate. There ain't no stopping us now. We celebrate on the floor. Is that what it is? We celebrate on the floor. It's got even dirtier. It's got even dirtier. There ain't no stopping us now. We celebrate on the floor. Ah, what are you on about? Go away, Ric Flair. I bet that's what Seth said to Becky. Ain't no stopping us now, man. We celebrate on the floor. Still PG. Still PG. Still PG. Just saying. Ah, big kick by Sonya Deville, and Sasha Banks was rude enough to move out the way. Mandy Rose has got her foot caught. Why can't she get her foot out? What's going on? What's up with you, Mandy? Ah, net breaker. That's what's up. Flipping net breaker. Oh my gosh. Dave, hello, Dave. Hello, Dave. Can I just say, I'm not the one with that theme song. Yeah? Bayley, who was aimed at kids. Had that in her disgusting lyrics hidden in plain sight. Unbelievable. No wonder America has been corrupted. No wonder. No wonder all this drama's been kicking off. Bayley's fault. Because of all the hidden messages in her theme songs. There ain't no stopping us now. Kill the president. I bet she's got stuff like that in there. The day of the draft was when Bayley fully turned heel. It's because she was drafted to Raw and the wacky inflatable guys were drafted to SmackDown and she couldn't cope. She couldn't cope. We celebrate on the floor together or we don't celebrate at all. That was her. We either celebrate together or we don't celebrate at all. And that was it. Out came the axe. Where did the axe come from? Why did Bayley have an axe? Anyone ask this question ever? Come on, the more you think about it, the more sinister this is. Bayley just arrived with an axe. Also, how gutting is it that Bayley turned as the Funhouse was beginning? Because you can't tell me that Bayley in the Funhouse doesn't make the most sense in the world. That makes the most sense in the world. WWE have got such a history of doing that. They introduce like a kids-friendly Firefly Funhouse just as they get rid of their kids-friendly superstar. They then go, should we do a pirate-themed WrestleMania? Just as they get rid of their only pirate. Why do they always do this? How can they be that bad at timing? Doesn't make any sense. It's like they're going out of their way to be that stupid. Bayley with a knee strike to Mandy Rose. Knees to Sonya Deville. Sonny says, hold up, I come back and there's something said about the president. Bailey. There ain't no stopping us now. There's Tyler Bate with the door. Oh, we could have some fun with this line, couldn't we? I feel like we could have some fun with this line. There ain't no stopping us now. Who ate all the s'mores? Big multi-person spot. Everyone is down. Bailey took the worst of that. She deserves it for all her hidden messages. I think it was a one-off. They had no plans for the women at Elimination Chamber through to WrestleMania. Iconics racing, quickly going for pins on everyone. Iconics come in, look. Kick out, pin, kick out. Goes for Bailey, pin, kick out. And now having a go at the ref. Billy Kay's like, you've gotta be joking me. Needs the midsection, so the Iconics are in. Liv Morgan goes into the corner. Sarah Logan into the other corner. Sonya Deville gets knocked down. Nice double teamwork to Mandy Rose. Kick to the midsection. Looking for a suplex on Sonya. No. Sonya face first. Now they're grabbing Liv. They just grabbed Liv's legs and just hurled her. She went into the middle of the ring. No one has yet been eliminated. Right, and they've got their sights set on Bailey. There ain't no stopping us now. There's Timmy's at the door, says Sonny. Yes! There ain't no stopping me now. I've got some Timmy's at the... Oh, it didn't work. I should leave it to the professionals. Sasha making the save. Days, how long do you think WWE will keep the bunny on... The bunny? How long do you think they'll keep the bunny on the title? How long do you think they'll keep the title on the bunny? 20 years. Not that long. I mean, maybe they'll keep it on him till Mania. But I can't see it. 24/7 title reigns don't tend to last an episode of Raw. So I think there's a good chance he'll lose it very soon. Long enough for them to get some merch out. And maybe a Mattel figure. Because you know Mattel are working on that figure right now. You've got to be joking me. I'm surprised that wasn't a bigger catchphrase for her. She did say it a lot. But there was no merch for that, was there? I really do think WWE Shop are scared of Billie Kay. I think they're scared that she's going to be too successful. I think they're scared of making money. A Billie Kay, you've got to be joking me t-shirt. How did we never get that? Why have I still not got the Billie Kay resume? What is going on? Not Euroshop, love those guys. But WWE Shop, sort yourselves out. Stop showing such disrespect and throwing shade at Billie Kay. Forearm strike by Billy. Bailey goes down. There ain't no stopping him now. It's Austin 316 at your door. It doesn't work. It's too long. There ain't no stopping us now. Austin 3:16. It's too long. Ain't no stopping us now. Austin is at... I can't get it to fit. This is turning into a job. This is turning into work. I thought we could have fun with this line, but it turns out that it's just one of the most awkward lines ever. I think it's got like a weird time signature. I think that's it. I think it runs at like 3:05. It's like... It's very strange. It's a very strange time signature, this line, guys. This is like super complex music that we're dealing with right now. And there was me earlier going, this is like a Venga Boys song. And now it's like, no, this is Mozart. This has turned into Mozart. This is like a whole different time sequence. In comes Naomi and Carmella. Mozart dreamed of making something as complex as the Bayley entrance theme. And I think he started it, but he couldn't complete it. Right. We've got multiple women in there. It is stopping us now watching Raw is a chore. That's better. That's better, Matthew. There ain't no stopping us now watching Raw is a chore. That's better. Matthew, a.k.a. Mozart 91. There ain't no stopping us now. Austin has got a knife. Okay. Cool. And also very true. If anyone's going to have knives illegally, it will be Austin. Billy has got Carmella's leg. Big kick by Naomi in the ring. I think this one's been included because it's to crown the first ever women's tag champs. Which, fun fact, isn't even true because they had women's tag champs in the late 80s. Jumping Bomb Angels and the Glamour Girls. Boom! Nice super kick by Carmella. And again. Take that, Sarah Logan. Oh, lovely. 1, 2. Liv Morgan makes the save. Days, when Ciampa's music plays, yell out, no one will serve fries. Okay. I can't think how that fits. I can hear his music, but I can't remember any lyrics in it. Oh. Oof. Double knees by Liv. Mandy grabs Liv. Oh. Just everyone's getting a spot right now. Sarah Logan. Oh, big spear! She loves doing them spears, doesn't she, Sonya? Super kick by Carmella. Sonya goes down. Everyone is down. Everyone's down. It's just mass carnage. Bayley down. Peyton down. Sonya down. Mandy down. Carmella down. Peyton down. Naomi down. Sarah Logan down. Oh, Billy. I hope you're okay, Billy. If Billy ever breaks her funny bone, I won't know what I'll do. Still waiting for Nia and Tamina to come out. Can you shout me out? I've been watching your channel for 2 years. Shout out to you, Dan. Dan Ording. Shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Naomi in the middle of the ring, staring at Mandy. Oh, big forearm strike coming in by Naomi. These two really going at it. And of course, don't forget, around this time, wasn't this when Mandy was, you know, in lingerie in a hotel room with Jimmy Uso? Roll up. Oh, the Iconic Squad. 1, 2, 3. Yes! They've eliminated Naomi. I am gutted for Naomi, but it's great to see the Iconics actually achieve something. The Iconics actually did something. That's it. Look, Naomi and Carmella. She just papped her on the bum. Everyone's getting up, surrounding the Iconics. Corey Graves says there's no way the Iconics are getting out of this predicament. Well, you say that, but 5 seconds. The countdown has begun. They have got out of it. There we go. And they run away. The Iconics have run away. I think they've jumped into a pod as Tamina and Nia Jax come out. The Iconics are in a pod and they've closed the door. Mandy Rose thrown into the ring. Nia screams. Mandy rolls out the ring. Tamina looks at the pod. Nia looks at the pod. This is fun. Iconics are like... And there we go. Look, they both hold the doors closed. That was a nice moment. The Iconics like, welcome to the match. They're like, go for them, go for them, go for them. And they're powering the doors open. I think this is quite brutal, isn't it? Don't they just start both hurling them into the cage like in stereo? They've got them by the hair. Boom, yeah. Boom. Boom, into the side. Look at this. That was iconic. I thought they did it for a little bit longer than that. They're both down in the ring. There ain't no stopping us now. Stay away from Nia's hole. Good advice. There ain't no stopping us now. Days looks like a sexy cow. Wow, in fairness, I've been called worse. Iconics are gone. They got a little comedy spot in there. But Nia and Tamina put them away. So, how long have we got? We've got 50 minutes. 50 minutes left. There's one more chamber match after this. I don't think this match takes that much longer. Probably about 10 minutes or so. Because everyone is in now. We've already had a couple of eliminations. And we are sneaking our way towards the final match on this. Which is going to be a really good final match, actually. It's New Day, Usos, primetime players, Tyson Kidd and Cesaro, The Ascension. Haven't seen them in a hot minute. So, tag match, and it should be some really, really good performers in it. We're going to see 2015 New Day. Wasn't that around the time when they first started? Like, they might be heels at this point. They might still be doing, like, the gospel thing. Because they kind of came in, didn't they, with, like, the gospel. I know they kept it, but they kind of... It was more based on that when they first started. It's been a lot of singing. William says, there ain't no stopping me now. I locked Flair out of the room, shut off the light, and crawled back into bed with Lacey. Oh, hello. This is almost as action-packed as the epic action-packed exploding barbed wire death match. Well, you've got to grab people's attention somehow. Why not have an exploding barbed wire death match? Sonya and Mandy with Sasha. Into the corner goes Mandy, face first. Into that top turnbuckle. Jeffrey, shout out to you. New Day debuted in 2014. They turned face in 2016. There ain't no stopping us now. There's a zombie in my freezer. Zombie, zombie, I always think of that when I think of zombies. The Cranberries. It's a good song. Double knees by Sasha into Sonya and Mandy. Going for the cover. Oh, kick out. Kick out by Sonya. Nia and Tamina back into the match. We've got Sarah Logan and Liv Morgan climbing up in the background. So we've only had 2 teams eliminated so far. We've still got 4 teams in this. Sarah Logan. Liv Morgan on top of the pod. It looked like Nia was going up. Into the side of the chamber goes Mandy. Oh, that's better. That's better. Respect. Respect to Liv Morgan and Sarah Logan that did a proper cross body off the top. A lot of people have been coming off the top of there doing like knees and things like that. But to see a good cross body, that was good. Respect to Liv Morgan and Sarah Logan for that. Look at Sarah Logan there. And Liv, actually. Liv gets good height. Very good. Liv going up again. And Nia chasing after her. Liv's like, get off. Ooh, she's on her shoulders. Samoan drop. Oh, she's killed her. As God is my witness, she's broken in half. Tamina. The big splash. Oh, they're dead. No wonder Sarah Logan left. No wonder we don't see Liv Morgan that much. Look at that. Riot Squad are dead. I always hated when Roxanne by the Police came on because it would get stuck in my head. Roxanne, you don't have to put on a red light. Roxanne, put on a red light. It's a good tune, man. Roxanne. Oh, Bailey over the ropes. Over by the side of the chamber. R.I.P. Sarah Logan and Liv Morgan. Nia. What's Nia doing? She's using voodoo power to bring Bailey to her feet. Charges over. Oh! Into the chamber. And the glass shatters. I think that's like bulletproof glass or something. It's not Nia proof. Although it did amazingly, she didn't go all the way through like Otis. She didn't go all the way through. She went through the one side and then just like face palmed off the back of it. I wonder if it was all meant to go. Do you think it was all meant to go? I love that. I've never seen that. So she goes through the first bit and the second bit she kind of goes and slumps down on her knees. I wonder if it was all meant to go like it did for Otis. She ended up like face planting into it. Tell you what, it's more than her hole that's in trouble there. Elbow drop. Everyone's jumping on Tamina and they've been eliminated. Nia's gone. Tamina's gone. Nia Jax. It's a good spot, man. That's a good spot. We would take a shot every time the song says Roxanne. Roxanne. Please stop singing it. I don't want it to get it into my head. I'm not going to. I've done enough singing. Nah, nah. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Yeah. No more singing now. Right. We're down to Mandy Rose, Sonya Deville against Bayley and Sasha, who will be the first ever women's tag team champions, but not really the first. There is no stopping us now. Friday night Smackdown on the floor with Wrestling Days. That is true. We are back tomorrow. Into the ropes goes Mandy. Bayley goes down. Sasha. Oh! Bayley to belly connects. 1, 2. Ah! Mandy made the save. Ay, 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 ay. Mandy made the save. Oh, yeah. Do you remember that when Corey was going on about God's greatest creation and all of that for Mandy? I don't know if he does that now, does he? Well, I think they're on different brands now. That was annoying. Ah, madness. What is your favourite theme song? Mine is Asuka. I do like Asuka's. I do like Asuka's a lot. I don't know what my current favourite is. I do like Bianca Belair's. Don't know. Edge. Edge's is classic, isn't it? You think you know me? On the stage. Yeah, it's good. I like Edge's. I like Bianca's. I don't know. Sasha and Bayley are on top of one of the pods with Mandy, smashing her head off one of the plexiglass things. They're trying to work out what to do with her. Just throw her. Just chuck her. Wherever she lands, it's not going to be soft. Unless it's the mat that's outside the ring. Sonya's climbing up. Losing her foot in slightly. Ah, big kick. Sonya goes down. Oh, big strike. Bayley is down. Oh, Bayley into the edge of the chamber. Ah, that's moody. That's not fun at all. Yeah, she's checking on her. Look, you all right? Sasha grabs Sonya, hurls her into the side of the cage. Mandy races round. Oh, Sasha goes. Oh. This is hard hitting, man. The best parts of these matches are when they get down to the final two. I've said that all throughout tonight, but this is class. Seems like they've got a formula for Elimination Chamber. It's kind of like a couple of big spots. Quickly get it down to the final two and then have like a killer match. Close falls. But it doesn't take long when everyone's in to get down to the final two. Sasha kicking out. How many people have died in this match? It's been a lot of deaths. Some people have died multiple times in this match. Wonder what Meltzer gave it out of interest. Let's see what Meltzer face gave it. Meltzer. Elimination Chamber. She's going for the bank statement. He gave it 3.5. That's all right. Oh, that's nasty. Sonya taps. So, Bayley and Sasha win. So, this show had Buddy Murphy versus Akira Tozawa. That got 4 stars. Shane McMahon and The Miz versus the Usos. That got 3.25. This match, 3.5. Ronda Rousey versus Ruby Riott was not rated. I wonder why. I can't remember. Was it a short match or something? Finn Balor versus Baron Corbin and Lio Rush. 2.5 stars. Baron Corbin versus Braun Strowman. 1 star. Main event of this show is Daniel Bryan versus AJ versus Randy versus Samoa Joe versus Kofi versus Jeff. Elimination Chamber for the WWE Championship. That was the one we saw earlier, wasn't it? That was the one we saw first. And that got 4.5. That was very good. That was KofiMania, wasn't it? The start of KofiMania. So that was on the same show as this. 2019 is not a bad show. Not a bad show. We are 6 subs away from 221,000. 6 subs away. If you are watching and you are not subscribed to the channel, if there is 6 people out there, have a think about it. Because you can make a difference tonight. Oh, Bailey's crying. Loser. Lots of boss and hug signs. You deserve it. This is why I love that Alexa moment, because everything feels like a big deal, doesn't it? Like when it comes to these things. I understand the women are getting a lot of firsts at the moment, but it's all come in such a short space of time. Like everything. I don't know. I think what bugs me about this is there's been women's tag titles before. That's what bugs me about it. Like, they're getting emotional about being the first women's tag champs. You're not. Throw some respect on the Jumping Bomb Angels. But that's why I love Alexa and that moment where she started saying you'll never achieve your dreams. That was class. KofiMania. That is why we are the Boss and Hug connection. There we go. Was Zombie by the Cranberries? It was, yeah. Bobby DL, shout out to you, sir. Okay, so that is the end of the women's tag chamber match. We've got one more to go. Dun, dun. Wow, amazingly, look at this, 3 hours 54 this has been going. It only runs for 4:27, so I mean, we've got half an hour. Half an hour left. How is this match only half an hour? It's coming up. Well, they've got to be quick getting to it. There we go. Right, the final Elimination Chamber, and this should be a nice one to finish off the watch-along. Beth mentioned the Bomb Angels earlier. Did she? Did she? Legend. That's very cool. They are such a great team. They are great by today's standards. They would be standouts in the tag division by today's standards. Late 80s, early 90s, in WWE in particular. Flipping mind-blowing. Hey, look, the primetime players! Making moves, making moves, making everybody moves, making moves, making moves, making $1 million moves. Everybody, yeah, yeah. Say everybody, yeah, yeah. Ah, the primetime players. We got Jerry Lawler, JBL, Michael Cole. This is a nice way to end this watch along. Ah, Darren Young. Titus O'Neil. Prime time players. Making moves, making moves, making $1 million moves. I like their logo. Primetime Players logo was cool. It's a serious padlock in it. Right, is it Los Matadores? Yeah, El Torito. Look at this. This is a great one to watch. He is ripped. Look at his body. Look at El Torito's body. He is ripped in a giant Gonzalez way. Marcelo Rodriguez, Carlos Cabrera. Mini Gonzalez. That's what they could have called him. There we go. El Torito on top of one of the pods. He's got. Surely he leaves, doesn't he? I can't remember him staying in this match. I don't remember him being in there. Does he stay in? Cesaro and Tyson Kidd coming down. Dun, 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 dun. Tyson Kidd, Cesaro, Natalia. He used to do that, didn't he? I don't think he does it so much now, does he? Cesaro with the... It's kind of like a tank, isn't it? I've always thought that it's a tank. You know, when a gun fires on a tank, it kind of shoots back. I've always thought it's that. It's good. It's good exercise as well, guys. During lockdown, you got to stay fit. Dun, 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 dun. Cesaro. It's wild to think this was before the channel. This is 2015. There's no wrestling days at this point. Corpus Christi. Power. Yes, look at this. The choir. Were they popular at this point? No, boos! You can hear the boos! People aren't into it, man. Boo. You can hear the boos. Yeah, I don't know if they're booing because they're heels or if they're just not into the gimmick, but I know they weren't into it at first. Come get it. People hated the New Day. Ah, the penny belts. Yeah, you're right. It is the bronze on black. Right, they're going into a pod. I miss the New Day as heels. STD says this was before the people could feel the power. The Ascension. They had decent music. I mean, it's just driving, generic metal, but they had a great look as well. I have no idea what went wrong with them. No idea at all. It's one of life's great mysteries how they were so dominant down in NXT. And then they got called up and just jobbed. And they're big guys as well. It's not as if they're like both 5 foot tall. Do you know what I mean? It's not like Vince would have looked at them and gone, what do you want me to do with them? They've got like really upbeat driving music. Ring gear looks cool. Face paint. All right, maybe they could do with a bit more maybe they could have put a bit more size on. Not bad. But imagine if they were like ripped. The Ascension. But that can't be why they didn't stick around. Lucha Dragons. Kalisto. And Sin Cara. The Lucha Dragons. Do you remember them? Well, you don't need to. They're here. You don't even need to try. They're here right now. They were all right. Lucha Dragons. I like them in NXT as well. That was interesting, wasn't it? Sin Cara went down to NXT for a little while to help Kalisto. Think he did as well, didn't he? Zack Ryder. He went to NXT to help Mojo. They became a tag team, the Hype Bros. Right, all 6 teams are in. New Day never really got over in 2016 with... Oh, New Day really got over in 2016 with Bootios. Okay, so we are starting with the Lucha Dragons against the Ascension. It's nice. It's nice. I think this has been a good playlist. I think there's been a lot of good matches, chamber matches. I think this was the right thing to watch because it's been, you know, chamber match after chamber match after chamber match. And it was great seeing KofiMania again. It's nice to go back to like 2011. It's great to have a little look at the chamber match or one of them from 2015. Obviously, we've just seen a couple of women's matches as well, which is cool. So I think it's been really good. But I do like this. This is a nice way to end it with some classic teams that we don't have anymore. It's just nice to see what a tag division looks like. I think that's what I'm enjoying the most. I'm enjoying looking at this, seeing, wow, look at all these actual tag teams. This is amazing. Lucha Dragons, The Ascension, Los Matadores, prime time players, you said. Granted, not the best teams ever. You know, I'm not sure there's a team here that's going to trouble the WrestleMania main event, but, well, maybe the New Day could have one day, but still, proper teams. Here we go. Kalisto has gone on top of one of the pods. Sin Cara has gone onto the top rope as well. Gets caught. Picked up. Slammed down. I can't remember what Kalisto... Oh, New Day have grabbed Kalisto's leg. It's a bit rude, isn't it? And they're starting to punch on Kalisto's leg. They must be heels at this point. Faces wouldn't do that. We've got a countdown clock till the next chamber's opening. There's like 1 minute and 40 seconds. Why do we need to see it's that long? New Day sucks is the chant. New Day sucks. New Day sucks. We've got a New Day sucks chant on the go. That is wild. New Day sucks. New Day sucks. Right, we got the Lucha Dragons. We got Kalisto on the one side. We got Sin Cara on the other side. Both up top. Sin Cara, what's he going for? Is Kalisto's leg still being held hostage? Oh! Nice. Lucha, lucha, lucha. He's managed to get his leg back. It's kind of like chain link, isn't it, up there? El Torito is on top of his pod, by the way. And they grab his leg again. The New Day have grabbed his leg and stopped him from doing whatever it was that he was about to attempt. Haha. Is this gross? One time I caught a pancake from Big E and I ate it. Just wondered if it was weird and gross. It is weird and gross. Right, here we go. Next person. And it is Cesaro and Tyson Kidd. Cesaro and Kidd in the match. Lucha, 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 says Hayden. Yes. Imagine if the first two in the Smackdown chamber is Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. That would be class. Street Profits need a heel turn. I agree. Antoine, yeah, that would be good. I think hard, though, because Bianca is so likable and everyone knows that she's in a relationship with Montez Ford. So, tricky, but not impossible. I feel like that happened with Becky and Seth, didn't it? Wasn't like Becky a face and Seth was a heel for a while, early 2020. So it shouldn't really matter, but I just think it makes more sense that, you know, Bianca, if she is about to have a crowning moment, you're going to want to see her hugging Montez Ford and whatever. And I don't know if it'll work as well if he's a heel. Lovely uppercut by Cesaro on Kalisto, who's on top of one of the pods. Sin Cara, says Ifran the Beast. Alex says, I'd eat Big E's pancakes. Oh, so would Ric Flair. Woo! Lovely superplex by Cesaro. Elbow drop, springboard elbow drop. Kalisto saved by Sin Cara. Days, imagine if Ray and Dominic turn heel. Now there's a clock showing under 2 minutes. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Thrown to the outside. Both of the Lucha Dragons. Look at that. That is a great superplex. That superplex was monstrous. Absolutely huge. Big chop. 1 minute 40 till our next pair enter the match. So we've got Ascension. We've got Cesaro and Kid. We've got Lucha Dragons. And we're just over a minute away from the next ones. Oh, going for the sharpshooter. Tyson Kidd. Okay, gets broken up. In the ring comes Sin Cara. Tilt a wall. Oh, it's incredible. Takes down Cesaro. Goes all round the houses. Absolutely stunning. Kalisto. Oh, got caught by Cesaro. And Kalisto has managed to hang on to... Wasn't it... Does Kalisto climb up? Is Kalisto the first one to go to the center of the chamber and just fall? I've got a feeling, does he do that in this match? Or I might be thinking of that Lindsay moment. Certainly remember someone climbing to the top. It might have been Lindsay. I have a feeling that Kalisto's about to do it. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. New Day, Primetime, or Los Matadores. It's Los Matadores. Oh, whoa! El Torito! El Torito, that was sick! Off the top of the pod, jumped. And there's Kalisto! Kalisto's in the middle! Kalisto is swinging away. He's waiting for the right moment. But he is upside down in the middle of the Elimination Chamber at the very top. He's just waiting for like everyone to get into position. They're all looking up. Just why don't they all just move out the way? There we go. He comes down from the top. It took forever. Why didn't they all just move? For like half an hour, they're standing there going, that's going to hurt when he falls on us. Just move. Just move. And then he'll have to climb back down and look stupid, won't he? There's no one to fall on. You'll have to be like, oh, well, that backfired. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. I'm coming back down now. I was going to fall on people, but they all left. This is awesome, chant. Who's gone up now? El Torito? No! He hasn't got the size to do anything. Oh, got hurled. Ascension. Oh! That might be it for Los Matadores. They're gone. Ladies and gentlemen, Los Matadores has been eliminated. 1 minute 56. How did they not catch him? I don't know. I'm surprised they were still awake. He took that long. It was cool, though. I think that was what I will say is I think that was the first time that we'd seen someone do that. And I do like their ring attire as well. I do have to mention that because it is all like yellow. It looks cool. It's nice. Bright. So we've got 14 minutes to go. 14 minutes left of this mammoth, extended, extra long watch along. The Lucha Dragons have now been eliminated by the Ascension. So that means we are down to 4 teams. We've got Ascension, Primetime Players, The New Day, and Cesaro and Tyson Kidd. So we're down to 4 teams. 2 teams haven't come out of the pods yet. 2 teams have been eliminated. WWE really needs more teams. Face first, Cesaro into the turnbuckle. We can't be too far away from the next team entering. Oh, no. Tyson Kidd had his head against the side of the cage. And I think it was like Victor was like pretending to grind it against the cage. And then out of nowhere, Cesaro clattered into them. And you can see that Tyson Kidd properly went into the cage at that point. That's moody. Primetime players burst out. They're making moves. They're making money moves. Primetime players burst out. Titus O'Neil is already down. New Day are just in their pod. It's worth mentioning as well, the New Day, all 3 members are in their pod. All 3 members are in there. Titus picking up. Connor. Oh, double knees. And they're gone. They're gone. They are gone. So Ascension have gone. Lucha Dragons have gone. Oof. Los Matadores have gone. So we're down to New Day, Primetime players, Cesaro and Kidd. Nice kick to the midsection. Lovely work by Tyson. I do miss Tyson Kidd. Such a great wrestler. Don't think he would have gone on to be like main event or anything, but he would have been a really solid mid-card guy. Big kick. Drop kick. Darren Young is out on that middle rope. Still waiting for the New Day to come in. This is brought to you by Totino's. Does anyone know what a Totino is? Is it a crisp? Is it a make of bolognese sauce? Is it a make of salsa? Is it diapers? I don't know. What is a Totino? Big multi-person spot. Totino. I read a transcript from an interview where Woods said that he is extremely claustrophobic and it was hard for him to be in that pod with 2 other people. That's very interesting. That's very pizza rolls. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds nice. Pizza rolls. I don't even know if we have pizza rolls in the UK, you know. I've never seen them. We might have them now, but I've never seen. I never looked for them, but I can't say I've ever seen a pizza roll. We don't have Hot Pockets, guys. We don't have them. I really want. I'm really hungry. First thing I'm doing as soon as I'm done with the stream, having something to eat. It's 3:30 in the morning here, and I still haven't had anything to eat. They're delicious. Oh, I want one. I want a pizza roll. Right, countdown 2, 1. New Day are entering. Austin says pizza rolls are better than Hot Pockets. Robert says pizza rolls are so good. Oh, I need to have a look. Can't just sit here talking about pizza rolls and not actually look at a picture of one. Oh, I bet they're going to be... Oh, look at that. Look at that. You sexy little... Here we go. Here we go. Multi-man spot again. Oh, man. Looking at food when you're hungry. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. You want me to eat you? I can't. I'm doing a stream. Oh, pizza rolls. Oh, man. That is... Honestly, I'm starving. Oh, pizza rolls. Oh. This stream is not sponsored, by the way. But if it was, it would definitely be sponsored by them. It would definitely be sponsored by them. I want all of them. Okay, we can get through this. Whoa, that looks delicious. I know, man. I know. Oh. Whoa. Oh, there's an even juicier one here. What is going on? I found an even better picture. Oh, someone's been eliminated. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's not fair. Look at the melted cheese. Look at the meat. Oh, like seasoning. I love seasoning. Seasoning's my favorite. Oh. Okay. We can do this. How long have we got? There's no pizza rolls in my house. But there is some kind of food. I'll find something. Don't you worry. Pizza. Let him in. I'd let them in. I'd let them in. That's what she said. Right, New Day are in there. It's New Day against the Prime Time Pizza Roll players. Right, 3-on-1. They're all on Titus right now. Still not a pizza roll. That's not a pizza roll. What? Yes, it is. Don't you lie. I even saw... Oh, well, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. These don't look as good. I'm going to be straight up honest. We've seen some lovely pizza rolls. Including that last one. I'm still thinking about that last one. That last one. Call me. But we've got... Wow, that's big. Let me go fit to screen. Then... Those are Tartino. What is it called? I can't remember. Totino. Totino. That's a Totino. But that doesn't. I don't look at that and go, yeah. That doesn't really do it for me, if I'm being honest. Not like that last one. I just want this match to be over now. Oh, and look, Totino's is back again. Ah! I'm still thinking of you. I'd take the Totinos. Don't get me wrong. I'm not turning my nose up at them. I'm just saying. Right, Titus. Big boot. Down goes Xavier. Doesn't know what to do now. He's grabbed Darren Young. Darren Young picks up Kofi. Kofi gets hung out on that top rope. Big E. Oh, into the side of the chamber. Over the top, into the ring goes Big E. Ooh, Darren Young smashes his knee off that grate. Kofi bouncing off the chamber. Titus, man. Titus is a killer. He's one of them friendly killers, though, that, you know, cares for the community. Charges over. Big splash into Big E. Against the ropes goes Titus. Big clothesline. Big E goes down. Darren Young catches Kofi. Oh, double knees. One, two. Oh. Prime time almost getting the 3. You can hear the frustration from Darren Young. Back elbow by Big E. Darren Young clotheslines Big E over the top to the outside. Belly to belly. That's Darren Young dealt with. He just smacks his head off that grate. Big E jumps into the ring. Oh, gets planted by Titus though. 1, 2. Kick out by Big E. Oh, crossbody gets caught. Chop block. Numbers game. Trouble in paradise. 1, 2, 3. And they did it. New Day win. New Day win. What did I see? What Meltzer gave this? Oh, that. Oh. Them pictures are still there. Meltzer. Uh, 3.25. There wasn't that many matches actually in 2015. Stardust versus Zack Ryder. Wild. That match that we just saw. Nikki Bella versus Naomi versus Paige. Kevin Owens versus John Cena. NXT champion versus United States champion. Champion versus champion match. That got 4.5 stars. Neville versus Bo Dallas. Neville versus Bo Dallas. We also got Ryback versus Sheamus versus Ziggler versus King Barrett versus R-Truth versus Mark Henry. Elimination Chamber, that only got 2.5 stars. Main event of that show was Dean Ambrose, a.k.a. Jon Moxley, versus Seth Rollins. There we go, guys. It has finished. There's no big goodbye. It just ends, and that's it. We go on to the best of John Cena, which is 4 hours 34 long. So I think let's stick with it. Let's stick with it. We're going to do the best of John Cena. 4 hours 34 minutes of wonderful John Cena action. Can't see me like that. I am going to do that. It's just you won't be able to see me because if I don't eat after looking at all them wonderful pictures of pizza rolls, there is going to be a murder. There is going to be a murder. Right. We are done, my friends. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you had fun. Kyle says, wait, what? Yeah, we're going to stick around another 4 hours. No, we're going. Right, thank you so much for watching. I'm not gonna bother doing like ratings. How would you rate that? It's just a best of, isn't it? So but definitely has got me in the mood for Sunday. Definitely has got me in the mood for Sunday. I think what has come across is just how much fun the Elimination Chamber match can be, and the drama at the end as well when you get down to the final two. Some of the big spots that we've seen in the past as well. So it's done a good job of whetting my appetite. And my appetite definitely needs to be dealt with now because I am starving. So I am done. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great evening wherever you are. And hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.